today's stream, because I am sick. Can we get a... Yeah! Hello, everybody. How are we doing? I hope we are all good. Hello, I am sick, and I've somehow caught a cold in this beautiful, gorgeous weather, and I'm really mad about it. How are we all doing, everybody? I hope we're doing well. Hello, hello, hello. How are we? How are we? No Sad Nomad getting in that first. How are we doing, my friend? Weeaboo Flanders, hello to you. Johan, hello, hello, hello. And Natman, afternoon to you as well. Gonna get a hoya. It's Sunday. The weather's glorious outside, which is why we stay inside. But, you know, I know. I was like, the weather was beautiful. And yesterday, all I kept thinking was, ooh, beautiful weather. I can't wait to go outside, sit, read my book in the beautiful park, and just kind of chill and relax. And I was sick. So I'm really bad about it. And I just seem to be getting worse. I don't know what has happened. I'm just like, so we're going to do our best to get through as much of the stream as we can, but if I have the same downward turn as yesterday, where about mid-afternoon, sort of early evening, I just got slammed with, like, sinus headaches and things like that, I may have to call it, but we're gonna plow through and see how we do. I've got a cup of coffee, I've got a pack of custard creams, I've got water, I'm doing my best. But how are we all? How are we doing? That's not good. I hope it's not too bad. I'll say thank you. It's Steve. But how are you doing as well? Thank you, Weebert. Yeah, I'm hoping it's not too bad. I don't know what it was. I was fine Friday, and just yesterday I was just a bit like, I feel a bit off. So that's just kind of how it happened, and now I'm just a bit like, what is going on? But yeah, hopefully I'll be alright. But how is everyone doing today? Verity with the Hoya newbie. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Are you all settled into the new place? Well, are you all in the new place surrounded by boxes? How did yesterday go? I hope it all went well. Shiny, hello to you. Steve, the goat custard creams. They are indeed. And they have to be like specifically like this sort of style of packet. These are the ones from Asda, and these ones are brilliant. I feel like sometimes when people try and do custard creams and like they try and zhuzh them up a bit, I'm a bit like, nah, I just want supermarket own brand custard creams. They're the ones to go with. They are the best. Should we call the Custodes creams today? Way. Oh. Yeah. Oh my god. It's not. I'm just like, hopefully this is not going to be too bad today. I don't know. How on earth have I caught a cold now? And it's a 3-day weekend. I should be using this time to like relax and chill, but and go over the fact that they've announced Destiny 2 is having its last live service update next month. Like I've got to recover from that. That's surprisingly been more emotional than I thought it was going to be. So I'm like, oh. But alas, my body went, ha! You want to get a cold? No, it's like 25 degrees outside. Haha, you're getting a cold. I'm like, no. The morning has been full of photography, getting some shots of my orcs before I take another stab at selling them. Really nice pics, though. I saw in the full army shots on your Instagram and stuff. They look awesome. For it, they look great. Is this just you're like, oh, okay, it's time. I'm making a new army. Time to clear a shelf. Logic. We don't want creme patisserie creams. Nah, just want cheap custard creams that are... What's the... With per biscuit is... a lot of sugar. There we go. Oh, need a shelf and Robin needs a new bike. That seems fair. That seems like it is time. That's what the armies are for, I suppose, after, you know, like, well, I've got to clear space. It is new places surrounded by boxes. Took longer than expected to load the van, so didn't get to the new place until 11 PM last night. Moving home in 25-degree heat is not fun. Ooh, yeah. That is definitely got to be tough. But at least by the time you got there, it was hopefully a little bit cooler to unload the boxes. Let's hope. Hey, Hobby ADHD, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. I am feeling rubbish because I'm ill. But I'm happy to be here because we're going to be working on tank today for it, because we finished off Healys on Friday stream. So if anybody hadn't seen, we finished off Healys on Friday stream. He was all done, which is really, really cool. So got him all finished off. We did him in 2 streams. Took about 6.5 hours, which I was really happy with, actually, just to get this level of detail done on him. The hardest part of it was the blends and the sword, because it just took time. I did alright. My drive back home yesterday went alright. Got everything carried indoors, which was pretty much it. Today I'm deep cleaning my kitchen, throwing away things such as expired products or about to expire, things I've not used for a while. I'll be on my knees degreasing the floor towards the end of the day. Or sometimes you got to do that big deep clean, haven't you? What is this? Unfortunately, I'm not able to finish my shield this weekend. It's way too hot to paint. It's been 35 yesterday and 39 today in the shed. Oh, that is ridiculous in the shed. Well, I have got your lovingly gifted fan here, keeping the room nice and chill. This is normally the coldest room in the house until like you turn on all the the lights and the electrics and things. But this morning I opened it and it was like a wave of like a sauna. I don't know what's gone on. Bro, whoo. Yeah, flew by and it looked great. Oh, thank you very much. I hope you're doing good today. According to my Apple Watch, I walked up nearly 200 flights of stairs. My legs are feeling it today. Oh, I can imagine that. You'll be like, no. Our old, obviously we're upstairs here. We're on a first floor flat, but my old flat was, it was technically a first floor flat by definition, but it, No, it was a second floor flat. It was a second floor flat. But it was weird because it was the first floor flat. There was a big shop, and then there was 3 flats above it. Each one had its own floor. So people were like, oh, but yours is the first floor flat. No, the ground floor, first floor, second floor. But it had like 4 flights of stairs to go up. It was like, because you had the stairs from the outside, then you had the stairs on the inside of the building, and it was like, oh, so much to go. And moving in and out of there, definitely. I had thighs and calves of steel by the end of it. I was in the 3rd floor flat, but I had 6 flights of stairs of varying numbers. Oh, but you've done it now. You've done it now. And now it's just that painful part of just lots and lots of unboxing, isn't it? Which is always the tricky bit. It's just lots and lots of that. You just got to do it right. Time to find out. But you sounds like you were pretty organised with organising your boxes. I'm loving this battle for dad jokes in here between Scrot and Weeaboo. Scrot's like, I will redeem the dad jokes. Weeaboo's like, no dad jokes today. Oh, right. Plenty of custard creams in, I think. But yeah, today the plan is to get started on the Custodes tank. Although I did have a bit of an accident just before I started stream, which I was a bit annoyed about actually, because I picked up this box which had the tank in it. And this is like a fairly sturdy box, but I just unfortunately had to hit it. As I picked it up, you know, you naturally see the box bending. At that bend point, I happened to snap... Oh, bollocks. Sorry for the swear. I've just spilt coffee everywhere. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Today is definitely a day where it's all going to go wrong. Ah! 1 second. Oh no. The only thing I grabbed as well was my my polishing cloth, so I'm just using that to clean things. Hold on 1 second. That's gonna need a deep clean. I've just coffee everywhere. Oh, no. No wait, why is the language thing not got off? That's weird. Why did that not go off? I think I do actually, Roti. I don't have any in here. If you can... Is there a spare roll anywhere? Apparently I don't have any in here, which is throwing me a little bit. Oh no, I found some. We're all good. We're all good. A small roll, that's why I couldn't see it. I was looking for the giant roll. But yeah, but as I picked up this box, and my thumb just happened to depress the box slightly, I snapped this stand clean in half and knocked the turret off. So I'm like, you know, it's just really bad luck. That's pretty much summed up my last couple of days. Just a chunk of bad luck. Hey, no sad. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Right. That was a very nice full cup of coffee. That has now got a lot missing. Right. Okay. We got this. I know pretty good. Thank you for asking. I'm sore after trading yesterday. It's rough. My family training, family trip planning today, so maybe a bit of hobby terrain painting for my Mimira campaign with a friend. Ooh, as in like the My mirror is in the really nice Eldari Craft World paint scheme. Do you need a new coffee too? No, it should be okay. Thank you, though, Verity. Oh man. I'm hoping I'm going to survive this stream today. Oh, man. It's just hitting so hard. It's just like, yeah. Working on whittling down my pile of shame. That's fair. My cupboard of shame is rather immense, and is now full. So I need to start whittling down stuff. Very much need to. I just need to start getting through things, which is typically I'm now working on something I bought this year. I'm like, no. Try some painkillers. Well, there we go. Right. Whoa! Okay, surviving. Oh. I'm just so like, there. I will survive, though. I will survive. I will not die. I'm building my Eldar Combat Patrol today. Hell yes! I saw that you picked that up. What you think of going for in terms of Craftworld faction? What are you thinking? Should we switch over to the painting cam? And we've got the big old tanky in today. The Custodes tank, which has been very badly primed by me, actually. I just realised how bad of a prime that is. So, but luckily this doesn't go on until afterwards. Is that a snap? No, it's fine. So at least that makes life a little bit easier when painting it. And then this moves. So it's got some moving parts, which is going to be really, really fun. Gus! Na, 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 na. Oh, we don't need Hades there anymore. Gus, how are you doing, my friend? How are we? Welcome on in. Hello. Apologies if I sound like I'm full of cold. I am, apparently. In this beautiful hot weather, I've caught a cold of all things. But how are we? I hope you're doing good. How are we? Yeah, I came in at the wrong moment there. Me just going... How are we, Gus? I hope you are doing good. How are we? I hope you are well. Welcome on in. If anyone mods are about to do a shout out, much appreciated. Thank you, Weeboo, for doing the shout out. Thank you. Yeah, I still had the Hades there. How are you doing? How were you getting on with your death copters? They looked awesome when I popped in. You were just painting on the blue. Was that when I last checked in before I madly had to run and prime this for ready for stream? I see you with the fiddling the tank's dangly bits. Oh yes. Just Dangle. Wow, I've really badly primed this. I've just realised how bad that is, actually. I've missed so many areas. It'll be fine. I'm going to cover most of it in brown anyway. But how are we? I hope you're doing good, folks. If you're not following Gus, please go and do so. They are a tea-drinking painting machine who absolutely flies through painting stuff in an amazing quality. So if you haven't done so, please go check them out. Please go and do so. If anyone who hasn't been here before, hello! My name is Lewis, this is Hobbytime at Healys. Unfortunately, I'm rather sick today, so if I sound very congested, I am. It's not your microphone or your headset. We are a channel all about staying safe, staying positive, and being ambassadors for our hobby. We do err on the family-friendly side of things, so the auto-mod might be a bit more sensitive here. Don't worry if it flags something, just post it without the flagged comment. But yeah, we are currently working on some Custodes. We have just finished off painting up a Hades print. Well, this is a print from our web store, which is a Witch Song miniature, which is Surtur, the Giant of Flame, who we painted up inspired by Hades from Disney. So that's what we finished this up on Friday stream. So we're now back on the Custodes hype, and we're just about to start work on the tank from the Battle Group box, which is the Annihilator Grab tank. So we're going to gold it up today, get some details on it, and hopefully, if I can, I might even attempt to do the marble work on here, if we can get that sorted. But welcome. I hope you are all doing good. Gus, you know the deal. Whatever you're working on, slap it on the Discord. We'll pop it up for you as you've raided on in. Corvus, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you are doing good. Spanish Inquisition, hello to you. Epic, hello as well. How are we doing? Wasp's Fury, welcome, welcome. How are we doing, everybody? I hope you're all doing well. But yes, I hope everyone is good. I'm hanging in here. I'm hanging in here on the feeling sick. Like I will survive. Like I'll make it. I promise I'll make it. But yes, but I hope we're all doing good. Catch you back up on here. So Steve was saying they just started work on their Eldar Combat Patrol, and they're going to be doing Yggdrasil as the craft world. Is that the one? I'm trying to remember what color scheme that is. Is that the one which is the kind of tealy orange? That's not even the words. It's like the teal coloured one. It's like, it looks a bit like this jade colour from. Is it the one that looks a little bit like this jade colour from Monument Hobbies for Pro Krill? I feel is that what I'm thinking of? It's not like the. Well, it's close. Man, I am clumsy today. I just nearly snapped a model again. It's like not the one with the not like the Nymera one, which is that colour kind of faded into another. It's just like that sort of solid colour with like white accents, I think. I'm trying to remember which one was which now. Where are we at? Yeah, no, I thought this was family friendly. It's family friendly. I'm just fiddling with my guns. I could just fiddle with my guns the other way. Where are we at? Yeah, doing the campaign from Imperial Armor and adjusting it to 10th edition general rules without the competitive aspect, like terrain rules, objective control stats. So basically, datasheet and general rules of 10th with scenarios and objectives from campaign books make you feel very narrative and simple. Nice. Is that something you're building the campaign now before 11th edition drops, or have you been playing it for a while throughout 10th edition? Ooh, the barble's gonna look nice. I hope it will. Yeah, we've got this is the, if I can find any of the marble. This is kind of the marble style we've done for the bases. So I want that ideally on these like nice flat sections here, maybe here as well. These like recessed parts. I'm a bit worried it might be too much marble, considering obviously I've got this massive base to do quite a bit on, but I might have this slightly less marbly. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. So that's what I'm thinking. Ooh, God, sorry, I'm so clumsy today. I spilt my coffee. I've almost just damaged a model. I've snapped a model already today, and I just punched my camera. It's this cold is messing with my depth perception a bit. So it's fine. The painting has nothing to do with depth perception, right? Right? Corvus went on the new Weller game sent yesterday, played some OPR and bought a spearhead box. Ooh, nice. Have you seen the big campaign they've got on My Mini Factory at the moment with it's about 19 different artists and creators have come together, and they've made like almost like an Avengers Assemble style all under the one-page rules banner. And you've got things like warp miniatures, mini wargaming. There's loads of stuff on there. It's, if you're into your one-page rules, check out that on My Mini Factory if you haven't already. Throwing some Killer Khan picks in. Hells to the yes. Oh, it is the ones with the turquoise body and the white helmets. Ooh. Oh, Scrot as well. I did see your question before about your which filament. It depends on what I'm printing, but most of the time I use I think it was yourself, Scrot, who asked the filament for the printer. Somebody asked the question just as the raid came in. I feel like I didn't respond to it because I was bad at what I was doing. It was the I tend to use the Bamboo Labs PLA Plus for most things because I've got a bamboo printer. I don't know quite what they do, but the bamboo filament prints everything far faster than more generic filaments. I don't know if it's how they've coded it or if it's because it's their machine, they've made it so it's going to work really well for their like stuff, and then other stuff can be used. But it's normally pretty reasonable price in the batches I buy it in, because I tend to buy it when I need to do a 10 plus kilo restock, and I only ever need to buy the refill packs. They work out quite cost effective as well. But that's the main ones I tend to use for it. If I'm working on something which needs a little bit more give, I'll use PETG. I have got a lot of other filaments as well from places like eSun, Sunlu, Jo. I've got a couple of Elegoo ones down there for varying different tones and things. So I use a bit of everything, really. Oh, back to the coffee. I've just put the last 8 hours of my the last 8 of my hill tribesmen on their bases. Hell yes, epic. Welcome on in, Valreth. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. Let's take a look at these killer cards. Yes. These look great. We saw these. Was it last week or the week before? I can't remember when, but they still are looking amazing. Where is my? I do love these. These look great. I do love them. They look fantastic. The blue you got on these is a real, sounds really odd. It's like it's a really good kind of like orc blue because of how you've got the weathering on it. It's like it's almost like ultramarine blue, but not looked after style, which looks really awesome. And obviously your checkerboards of these look great. The little like teeth areas on it. The fact you added the checkerboards to this bit down here is you're mad. These are gonna look sick with the whole armies together. I'm looking forward to seeing your Defcopters in this because I was enjoying seeing you work on them this morning. I mean, they look fantastic. There you go. If you didn't need another reason to go follow Gus, go do it. Go do it. Do it. You wouldn't deny a sick man his wish, would you now? No. I'm hoping to get my second batch of Gap filled this afternoon and then prime the lot on Tuesday. You got this. Well, I'm hoping we'll see the Middle Earth stuff announced today, actually. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. At the moment, that's the question, isn't it? What's going to drop first, 11th edition or the Armageddon box or the missing Middle Earth minis? I'm going to go in a minute before I have to share with my friends. Got me a Commander, back into Commander after a hiatus, and I'm selling my collection. So I took the plunge and ordered 450 pounds worth of singles for a Nico Bolas Ravager deck. Hell yes! Which Nico Bolas are you running as your Commander? I do love Nico Bolas. He's such a big bad evil. I want him to well, he will be returning, I imagine, at some point based on how the story's going. Now that he's got his memories back. Yeah, always aim high. Do the marble. You can do it. I believe in me. I can do it. Maybe. I'm kind of at this point of like, do I do the marble first and then do the gold afterwards? But because the gold mainly gets dry brushed on, I'm very on the fence about which way around to do this. Maybe I do the marble first. Is that going to be the right way to do it? Because if I do the marble first, it's not going to matter if I cover the other areas and stuff. And then afterwards I can just mask it up. And then just go nuts with the dry brushes. Maybe I do. Maybe that is the way to do it. Maybe I do the marble first. Is that kind of the right way? I'm just thinking now. There's 6 sections to do. There's the 2 bits up here as well. If I'm going to put it in everywhere. Unless I do... I mean, I feel like if I don't need to do all of it. If I do this recessed, and I do that in like the red maybe? Like the stippled red. I'm trying to think how much marble do I put on this? Now it's going to look very nice with that much marble. Not too much at all. Hopefully not, yeah, especially with it being so much on the base. I'm going to have to file this down at some point. I made the mistake of sitting down, back to unpacking. I'll try to pop back later, but if you manage to keep going, no worries, newbie. You got this. You can unpack it. I believe in you. I would show the Death Dread if I was working on it today, but it's currently covered in streaking grime. Ooh, that's always all we gotta wait for that to go. You're like, come on. But yes. Hopefully I still need 2 packs of tribesmen for my command army and a pack of Rohan for the command for that army. Fingers crossed they'll. I mean, I feel like that's what's going to drop today, right? I mean, unless they. I mean, if they announced. I don't think they would announce 10th edition today. Because they said that it'll be available in June, and if they announce it today, it'll go up for pre-order next Saturday, which is still technically May. So I don't think... I reckon it's today. Today will be the thing for it. Thank you for the follow, Holy Inferno. I hope you're well. I can't wait for the heat wave to go, as I only have 4 days of work, then I'm off for 11 days, and I need to do it after... I definitely need it after 2 weeks, last 2 weeks of work. Oh, man, it sounds like you've had a rough 2 weeks. But yeah, I know how that feeling goes. I'm looking forward to this week, because it's only a 3-day week for me, because I'm only in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at work, because Monday's bank holiday. Friday, I'm off because it's Games Expo, then I'm at Games Expo weekend. So obviously, just as for anyone who's aware, there is no stream next Friday or Sunday. Because I'm at UK Games Expo all weekend there, so if I can, I might try and go live from UK Games Expo if I can find like a nice quiet corner and go live from my phone. But we'll see how that goes for it. But yeah, it feels weird. I very rarely cancel a Sunday, but I was like, I want to enter the squig into the painting competition, and they don't announce the winners until 4 o'clock on a Sunday. Not that I'm expecting to win, but I think then you don't collect your models till around then, so I'm not quite sure how it works. So I'm like, where? It'll be a 3-week pre-order. I mean, true. I suppose if they do a 3-week pre-order, they announce it next week, goes live on the 6th, lands on the 27th, maybe? If it is a 3-weeker. I don't know, I've heard a lot of rumours of people think it's going to be around middle of the month, so around the 20th. I think a lot of people are kind of guesstimating it will drop. So I don't know. I'm not sure which way round it's going to be. Oh, bad. Well, hopefully these painkillers will kick in a moment. Right, I've got to figure this out now. Am I going to do... Do I do the marble first? I feel like marble first is probably the way to do it. Because then I've got like the... then I can just cover that area in my AK putty stuff after I've varnished it, and then there's not going to be any concerns. Yeah, okay, let's start off with the marble, which means I've got to get my airbrush ready. Oh, I'll take my headphones off while I sort my airbrush out. I've honestly tried 9th and 10th edition, but it kept me away with a sour taste, sadly. I didn't feel like the game was as immersive as 6th and 7th and 8th were, since I love 40k, decided with friends just to adapt what we don't like from a more competitive aspect, and add the more immersive, orientated rules from before. It works amazingly, and the older scenarios are full of lore and immersive objectives, and it helps a lot compared to ones of nowadays. We tried a custom campaign thus far. You're not the only person to make that comparison, to be fair, versus like 6th, 7th, and 8th. 10th edition, people have said, is that it doesn't feel quite as narrative. They took out a lot of what they call the fluff, the padding that makes kind of everything unique. And a bit more like narrative based. It sounds like some of that is coming back in with 11th edition, which is good, but it's always that we've talked about the vicious triangle before of where are we at? Let me get my thing. Where's my pen? My pen and my paper. Paper. Anything uses a piece of paper. Must have something here, right? I must have some paper somewhere. You would think. I got a piece of card, that'll do. So let's grab. Yeah, so we talked about it before, where you only really get, you can have it narrative play style, you can have it fast, or you can have it easy to learn, and you can only pick two. Is always the vicious thing that you have to do with these rule sets. So if you want it narrative full and easy to play, narrative full and narrative and fast gameplay, you can't have it easy to learn. Is just kind of one of those things. If you want it to be narrative and easy to play, it's not going to be a fast game. And likewise, if you want it easy to play and fast, which is kind of the way that they've kind of sort of set this up, is it can't be narrative. So it's always this, they're always in this triple thing. It's like having something was it fast, cheap, or easy. You can pick two. And I think they're always in that same sort of logic of like, they've never quite managed to find a perfect balance for it. And they definitely seem to, over the last two editions, shifted more towards this area for easy and fast, which is kind of understandable at getting new people in, but that losing of the narrative part has frustrated some people. And I'm understanding of that as someone who loves it from a narrative perspective. But I think that's why I've probably lent more into Heresy of recent times, because I'm enjoying that area, which I think is good. So yeah, there's that part of it. Where are we at here? I think I'll do the marble first, so I'll get the airbrush set up in just a moment. Making the jump into full order campaigns now, and I'm buying the 11th edition box for the models, but don't see the 11th edition being less competitive focused and narratively immersive, which is what we've seen so far. Yeah, I think it's a bit early to tell. I think they're definitely adding in some more stuff to make the detachments more narratively fluffy. We'll just have to wait and see. I think as someone who hasn't really played 10th for the same reasons as yourself, I can kind of get that. Hence why I am leaning more towards Heresy at the moment. I enjoy that side. Hey Matt, how you doing? Holy Fellow, 20th of June was what they said in the Q&A release for 11th. I didn't think they gave a date. Did I miss that? I watched that video, and they just said that they could say June, but they couldn't give a date, and people were really annoyed, and they just said it would just be June. They didn't give a date in the Q&A. The one with Eddie and Adam sat answering questions. Did I miss that? I sat and watched that the other day. I mean, it was partly like I could have missed it, but I just kept thinking. I didn't think there was a date that they announced. They just said it was going to be some point in June, and it's like, but they couldn't reveal the price. They just said the price would be more than Leviathan but less than Saturnine, somewhere in that area. Yeah, it's been a bit rough, but I'm going up north to see friends. I'm going to a Dropout Improv show. Oh, that's going to be so good. That's going to be so good. Is in the Dropout TV ones? That's going to be awesome. You have to let me know how that is. Hey, Rusty, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Ditto, Heresy all the way. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big change to who gets to make the rules in a way. Jevis Johnson gone, and most of the older design has been replaced by more esports mentality. It just shows how it's evolved. I guess that's kind of it, isn't it? It's like the tournament scenes has got bigger. They do cater towards that. I do think they haven't left narrative in the dirt. I think with things like Crusade and narrative campaigns that we've seen, especially towards the end of 10th, does seem to be pretty good. The stuff towards the end of 10th edition is like, the Maelstrom books and things like that. They've definitely added a lot more narrative stuff you can do into there. It's always been that fine line. Every game system struggles between narrative and competitive. There's always two areas. And there was a thought experiment a while ago of what if you fully separated them out, which they did for a while, didn't they? I think during 8th edition specifically, they had chapter approved for matched play competitive matches, and then they had open war for just putting your models on the table and having fun and playing narrative games. But the open war stuff just wasn't played. So I think they've tried it before, which is interesting. But yeah, what do you think of the rumoured £170 price tag? That doesn't surprise me. I had 160, 165 in my head. I mean, I do think that GW specifically, given, without going too political or anything, given the way the world is at the moment and the cost of raw materials for a lot of manufacturing companies, they are one of the few people who haven't hiked their prices mid-year. So it wouldn't surprise me if this box was going to be going up for... They said it was going to be more than Leviathan, and Leviathan was what, one... How much was Leviathan when it dropped? Leviathan... The Leviathan box. Price on release. Leviathan was... 150. Okay, so yeah, my head was around 160, 165. So, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I think to me, I think the that's kind of about right. I mean, it's a launch box. It's not like the ultimate starter set. I feel they'll do the ultimate starter set at another point. Start again. Kind of launch box to the new edition. It sounds about right to me for it. It's just not something I'm going to pick up, I don't think. I like the Marines, and I really like the Orcs, but I haven't done anything with my Marines from the last two launch boxes. They're just in my cupboard. And I don't want to add more. And as nice as the Orcs are, I would probably just spend half the money and get the Combat Patrol when that drops. And I think that's where I'm at with it. there's nothing against the box. It's just not for me. If they'd have put something like Eldar into it, I'd 100% gone in. It's just orcs have never been an army that's been for me. But yeah. Good, thanks, mate. Just building building your Red Terror. Hell yes. Oh, awesome, we managed to get hold of one. Hopefully we'll see that individually soon. Meat and gravy day. Oh yes. How we doing? I'm alright. Oh, I'm sick. Hence why I sound so congested. I'm just like, so I feel very sick. I've caught an awful cold, and I currently have. If you see my eye twitching, it's one of the ones that has like messed my sinuses up. So my depth perception's a bit thrown, and my it's becoming like a throbbing pain behind my eye. I'm gonna try and bash through as much of stream as I can, but if it gets too bad, if you see me suddenly start going, that's why. And my local hobby shop is selling it for $150. Okay, so if they're doing standard 20% off, it would be about $180 then. Because 10% of 150 is 15, so 20% would be 30. So add that on top, so 180, which is interesting if it's around that point. If you want orcs, you don't need a starter box. I know a guy selling an army. So yeah. Apparently GW is selling it for 180, so around a 180. That's yeah. I thought it was going to be around 165, but when they said during the Q&A, it would be between more expensive than Leviathan, but less expensive than Saturnine. That is slap bang in the middle, because Saturnine was 200 at release, wasn't it? Let's grab the 200. So that is literally in the middle. 175 is probably bang on in the middle if they'd have dropped it around there. So yeah, I think it's one of those. I mean, it's a non-essential purchase. It's not like it's a starter set. I have seen a lot of people critiquing rumored prices quite heavily, saying, "Oh, but how are people meant to get into the game?" That's not what this box is for. This box is very specifically a launch box for the new edition for the people who are already kind of into the game, if that makes sense. So I feel like it's people who want to just like literally launch into it with two things. It's not the starter set style. I feel the same. I almost just want to get the rulebook. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people are in that same boat. A lot, we're all kind of in that stage of right now. Cost of living's a lot through the roof. This is a premium hobby, it always has been, but we're all feeling that premium element aside of it. I know this box is probably the most split box I've ever seen in terms of people buying this box and sharing it with a friend, because that does make it much more affordable. Even if at RRP you're looking £90 each, and then you take one of the decks each, one army each, and then the rulebook is just a whoever wants it sort of style. That's what most people are doing. Or there might be some people who are selling, say, they're paying 110 for the box and selling the other bit for 70 the other army. So I feel for this box a little bit, because I think this may not be a particularly successful launch box in this way. Not that it'll be unsuccessful in the way that we've seen Leviathan do well and Indomitus do extremely well. I don't think this will sell as well, purely because of the cost of living at the moment, not that the box is bad. And I think that's the definition of the split I want to make there very clearly. That's my stance on it, though. I'd love to know what your stances are on it. What do you all think? Let me just grab my airbrush. I forgot, if I have the airbrush plugged in, I can't have the fan on. Give me a second. I stole an extension lead, so I was grabbing that. I thought if I have the airbrush on, I won't be able to... Let's just get this plugged in. Get my hose. Bye-bye, extension lead. Just see me open the door and just pulling the cable like... It's all plugged in. I'm looking for something to get excited about. Yeah, I bought an AOS Spearhead. AOS is great. I think Spearhead is probably one of my favourite game types at the moment. It's fast-paced, it's easy to play. And the models are fantastic because, you know, AOS models are always really good. I think we're in a really good spot with Spearhead at the moment. So I think, yeah, more and more people I've seen are picking it up, which is nice to see. I'm just going to give my airbrush a quick wipe. I finally found a colour scheme that I could use in the World Eater Combat Patrol. It's an old scheme I used with my Chaos Warriors back in the day. It's essentially prime black, spray bronze, pick up some details in red and silver, liquid skill, boom, nice. Do it, do it, do it. Do it. Do it. Let's get this cleaned out here. Let's give this airbrush a bit of a scrub just before I start doing stuff with it. Brush cleaner, thinner, cleaner. Surprised I didn't put my headphones back on. I think the previous launch boxes have been good. This one looks a bit average, but it's a really good box. Yeah, I think that's it. Like, this one is... There's no... not in a bad way. I don't think there's anything in this box which is a real, like, whoa. Like, they're all nice sculpts. And that's not a bad thing. They're all nice sculpts, but there's no, like, whoa, this is awesome. There's no, like, big, you know, like, a lot of people were a big fan of the Librarian Terminator, or the Tyranid side of it was pretty much all new NIDs, wasn't it? And, like, you know, the Neuro Tyrant, the Psychophage, things like that. People were the Screamer Killer. This one doesn't seem to have much of a wow factor, if that makes sense. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just, it's nice. Like, you know, the Orc thing is very cool, and the Land Speeder is nice. That's kind of where my brain's at with it. Like, I like those. And let's grab my cleaner. Cleaning tool. There it is. Ow. Stab myself with something. And what colour primer did I use in the tank? This is Raven Black from Colourforge. I think it's Colourforge. I think it's Raven Black. Let me just get which colour it is to sort of remember. Raven Black. Yeah, Raven Black. Yeah, that's it. It's almost like a greyish hue to it, which I really like. It's very badly primed, this version. This is not the reflection on the paint. This is me. So it's basically the equivalent of Corvus Black from GW with how they do their stuff. I really like it as a primer because it's it doesn't need to be super dark. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I enjoyed that alert. Oh. Yeah, close to the Corvus Black. That's it. Yeah, close to Corvus Black or Necromancer Cloak. If I was looking at a colour from Army Painter, I don't know what the Vallejo one would be like. They're grey black maybe. It might be that side, but yeah, I personally really like it. I think it's a really good colour. And the Colourforge sprays they've just had to do a price increase on their sprays, which is not actually that much in the grand scheme of things. They've got it by £1, so it's now $13.50 for a bigger can. It's a much big can as well, which is always a really nice thing to see. Just giving this a good scrub before I start using it. Oh, I think you're going to try the Colourforge sprays. I would very much recommend. I think they're really good. The only thing with the Colourforge sprays I find is there seems to be a little bit of confusion over what their gold is, and I find like different. They've got a gold called Gauntlet Gold, which, depending on who you speak to, some people say it's the same as Retributor armor. Like, some people say it's like Retributor armor. Others will say it's more like Auric armor gold. And I think when I've seen it in person, I felt like it's more like Auric armor. So, that's not a bad thing. I just think it's worth noting that's the only one which isn't really necessarily color matched. But the rest of them do match really well to GW and Army Painter color matches. That's kind of what they wanted to do. And they're good quality sprays. And their matte varnish is very good. So, hey, Skullcrusher, how you doing? I hope you're well. Looks around about Panzer Grey for Vallejo. Yeah, kind of like any dark grey sort of style. I'm a big fan of their matte black. Oh, we've not tried their matte black. I like their Renegade Green. Was it Renegade Green? What was it they used to do? But they still do the Renegade Green? The Renegade Green, and they did one that used to be like Incubi Darkness, but they stopped doing that, which made me sad. I'm trying to think what else there was. I was going to pick up their Hydrax Brown, which is basically their Rhinox hide, to prime these Custodes, but I wanted the black layer underneath as well. Hey, Philip Pencils, how you doing? Welcome in. Had some good quality video. The Custodes vehicle is going to be looking amazing. Thank you so much. I hope you are well. I do well. Thank you for the compliments. Just making sure I've got this nice and cleaned. Looks all pretty good. Now we rebuild. We rebuild this. Actually, let's just give this one last wipe over here. The boring bits of airbrush priming, of airbrush work that they don't talk about. It is very, very matte. Ooh. I do like their matte varnish that I put across stuff. I have to admit, I put a matte varnish across the Healys that we finished, and I feel like I was really happy with like how it finished off. Just a blast of the apart from the base hasn't had it. Yeah, so I enjoyed that. Their matte varnish rattle can is my go-to varnish for everything. I think if I want a super ultra matte, I would go for the AK ultra matte stuff. But yeah, that one's really good. I think for matte paints, a few people have recommended the is it the TT Combat paints? They've said if you like your more matte paints, they're very matte. Rush in. I found Colour Forge to be great. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I've always liked them. I feel like I entered them quite late for it. I've got the some of their influencer ones as well, like the Rogue Hobbies Pink. I've got something I want to use it for, but I haven't used it yet. And I've got the bright orange, the Convict Orange. So I need to give those a whirl. I could be better. I wish I was with my partner doing reenactment rather than being at work, but hey ho, that's fair. Yeah, I feel like that's a good trade-off. It's like, I'd much rather be at the reenactment. It's like, yeah. Is it a particular, is it like Civil War reenactment? You know, or Vikings, World War? What's the style reenactment? Cool. Right, let's put that back together. Let me grab all the bits I need now to do the marble. Need my dry wipes. There we go. And I need to build a little protection base thing. I will survive. I will survive this frustrating cold. And the 100-Year War. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, we have a lot of reenactments in our county. Our county does quite a lot of them, but I've never done any. I feel like I feel like they always look really cool, but it's not something I've ever got into. But I'm just like, ooh. I feel like it's one of those ones where I would end up going down the rabbit hole quite quickly if I got into like reenactments and things. And ooh, just a box. Box would be easier. Oh, I can just do the inside of the lid. Hold on. I'm overcomplicating this. day. That'll do. Let's use the inside of this. This is the inside of the Custodes box. This looks much easier. There you go. Dunk. There we go. So I can do the airbrushing in here now. Yeah, it worked out quite well. The inside of the box being black is actually quite useful. I'm like, ooh. Right, so I need some paints. I do need to grab hold of my Ulthuan Grey. So the aim here is to get the marble looking exactly the same as it did on the bases. I'm just trying to decide, do I go full marble or just one part marble? So I'm going to do... I mean, if I do it all marble, I can choose whether or not I want to paint over it. That's probably the easiest way of doing it. So I've got myself a dry wet wipe. And I need a ruckload of blue tack. And scissors. Where did I put my scissors? Scissors. I don't know if I need scissors. I don't think I have a pair of scissors in here. Give me a second. I'm just gonna grab some scissors. I thought I had a pair in here. 1 second. I'm back. I'm back with stabby things. Quick, someone nick his tank. I'm back from checking the dog. Is the dog okay? Hydration. I feel, yeah, everyone needs to be hydrating lots today. It's a warm day. Cheese it. Right. So I don't need masses here. So I reckon I should be okay with how much I stretch this. It's probably about right. So let me just... This should be a reasonable enough part to do this with. Some bits of blue tack. So this is the first layer, so I want this fairly well stretched. Using some of the pointier bits on here to help. May have stretched it a bit too much, ironically, there, but it'd be what it be. Ooh, let's get this on here. Bits of blue tack. It's probably okay for the first bit. Now I'm going to do the rest of it. This is the long prep bit. Dun, 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 dun. Medusa Iron Scale Bill. Ooh, nice. You went for the Daughters of Cain one. Nice. Dog has just been out, so he feels very hot, but luckily the house is very nice and cold for him to cool down. Oh, yeah. That's alright then. Yeah, Milkshake has been enjoying having the fan in various locations, but his favourite spot at the minute is under the dining room table because it's very nice and cold. So he's doing all right. Oops. Let's put these little blobs of blue tack everywhere. Get this nice and stretched. Not sure if this bit might be a bit small actually. Yeah, I may have cut that one a bit small. That's better. Let's pop you there. Let's pop you there. You there. You here. And then do some stretching. Do. Do. Never got around to getting any Dark Elves back in the day, and with Archon making Underworld Dark Kit in Prismacast, I figured it's a good time now. Ooh. Is that Prismacast? That's their painted stuff, isn't it? Is that what they've called it? I can't remember what everyone called it. Okay, first bit's done. I don't think I've got it quite as far over as I want. Yeah, I've not seen any of their pre-painted stuff before, so I'm intrigued to see what it's like. I've heard good things. I've seen like pictures of it, but I've not seen it in person. Stretch down here. There we go. Yeah, we've got a bit of a big gap there, but it's just marble's a natural occurring thing, isn't it? So if it's got big gaps, it's got big gaps. There we go. Cool. It's all about just keeping this as tight as I can get it. What is everybody working on today anyway? What we all doing, and are we all I know it might seem a bit early, but what are we thinking? Predictions for announcements from G-Dubs. I think we were chatting a bit about it before, and I'm kind of on the side of it's got to be the Middle Earth stuff, right? We've been waiting for that for a while. That's kind of all that's left from the most recent previews. Feels like that would be the right thing. Okay. Working on some Tyranids. Ooh. Which high fleet are you doing? Working on my Palooza entry, the last Quaction hero. Just put a pick in the whip. Ooh. I'm kind of conflicted. Do I want to see it or do I not want to see it? I'm like, oh. Which is a good reminder, though, that we are only... It is 2 weeks today. We will be doing the showcase for our... Painting Palooza, and if you haven't been here for a Painting Palooza before, it is our painting competition that we do where we give you guys a theme and you have to paint something up if you want to take part based and paint any mini you like from any game system, but use it based around the theme. And the theme for this event is cartoons and animation, which is a highly requested one that people were asking. Please bring it back. We know you've done it before, but please bring it back. So we have a lot of people basically wanted it, so we provided. We did the thing. Yeah, so the idea is that you can paint up any model you like from any game system, but the inspiration for the paint scheme needs to be that it is a something that has appeared in a cartoon or animation in some way. So, for example, if you wanted to do, say, Scooby-Doo, you would do the animated version of Scooby-Doo from the cartoons rather than like the Matthew Lillard version from the live-action films. Things like that, as an example. And remember, our painting competitions are always about who has best taken on the theme, not necessarily what is the best painted. That's always a big thing there. And it's always decided by you lot. So 2 weeks today, you got to get something in. Exclamation mark Palooza in the chat if you want to see all the terms and conditions for entering. And there are prizes available. We'll be giving away gift vouchers for our web store, so you can get yourself some more minis. Okay. So I'm excited to see what people are going to do for that. Whoa. Even resurrected the sorry, it's just a wave of I can just feel myself getting sicker and sicker. I will do this. I will get through this. Whew. My custom high fleet is a splinter of fleet behemoth. Ooh. What's the color schemes? If you want to do Space Marines, do South Park. Do it. Do it. There you go, Corvus. That's your idea. Do it. I even resurrected the old army for it. The last time you did this theme, I did a tech priest for a Beastman army, the Bojack Horse Magos. This time it's a Slime Arbo proxy that will join them. Oh, I love that. Oh. Does anyone else think Lewis used to go to bed with a bowl of chicken soups? Feel yeah, I'm not far off from it. I just don't know what happened. I was fine Friday, and then just all of a sudden yesterday I woke up and I just felt awful. I was like, ugh, I feel gross. And I was like, I'll be fine, you know, I'll do the usual caffeine, sugar, salts, hydration. Like, that's the normal trifecta of, if I'm not feeling great, one of those normally sorts me out. And then it just kind of got worse and worse throughout the day. And then this morning, yeah, it's just like back with a vengeance. But I'm hoping, yeah, I've taken some painkillers. The fingers crossed I'll be able to battle my way through. If it does get too bad, don't worry, I will rest. It's just typical, on a 3-day weekend I get ill. I'm like, really? But flip side of it is, if I'm ill now, it means I'm not ill next weekend. So I need a 10-minute warning before you abandon to sleep because I'm in mid-bedding change. I'm now having a game break. That's alright, don't worry. I'll give plenty of warning. It'll probably be about 15 minutes of me apologising. Right, so that's that on there. Alright, now for the bit on the top. Ooh, there's a little bit there. No, I think I'll keep that red. I think I'll keep that. Yeah, I don't think that needs to be marble. I don't think. No, it'd be fine. Oh, yeah, it's just typical. Like, beautiful, beautiful bank holiday weekend, lovely sunny weather, and I get a cold, and I'm just like, why? Why have I got this cold? Where has it come from? I reckon it was those horrible people on the train, Verity. I reckon they infected me. So when me and Verity went for our anniversary meal on Wednesday, we got the train, and frustratingly, there was these, you know when you have people sit down opposite you on the train, and you're just like, could you not have sat on any of the many other empty seats? Because we were on a table that we'd sat on, and it was just like, really? It was like, you know, one of those things where it was like, and these people sat down, and I'm not being judgy or anything like that, but they sat down, they immediately threw their stuff onto, like, the table, taking up 80% of the table, kept kicking me under the table, these, like, two sort of, you know, grown adults, cracked open a couple of cans of, like, basically special brew, and just started really loudly and aggressively talking about football. And I'm like, fine. And the worst part about it was that they absolutely, I could deal with that, but it was, they absolutely stank. And I don't want to say, like, really horrible. Their BO was to the point that when we moved, we just got up and moved. And I was just like, really? Like, and it was, I felt like we were one random comment away from them talking about, like, blooming small boats and immigrants or something. It was like that level of it. And I was just like, no, I've got to get out of here. And I'm like, I don't mind you sitting talking about football. I don't mind you cracking a beer. It doesn't bother me. And that I do mind that you kept kicking me under the table. You decided that the table for 4 people was entirely yours. And, like, if you're going to be on public transport, like, just going out, generally being in public, wear deodorant. It was just like, ugh. It was gross. Hey, Solitaire, how you doing? It is indeed primed. It is just primed in a dark grey very badly. I didn't do the best priming job on it, to be honest. But yeah, it is primed. How are you doing, though? Worst try. Yeah, it was just like, I don't want this. I was like, please. But it was just very much no, like, I don't know, just it was almost like somebody had never been on public transport before, so they didn't know public transport etiquette. So we ended up moving we ended up moving carriages entirely. That's how bad it was. So, hey, no sad, how you doing? I often skip painting eyes on my models, but do you have any tips or advice for painting eyes? Ooh, I do. I have, it's not my tip. I take no credit for it at all. This is a Duncan Rhodes tip from one of his old Warhammer videos, Warhammer TV ones. When painting eyes, most people, especially if it's like a humanoid eye, will paint the eye socket white and then try and do a dab of black in the center of the eye for like the pupil. Instead, paint the socket white and then add the 2 dabs in the corner and the other corner of black to leave the pupil in the middle. It might sound like you're doing more work, but it's basically because the way the eyes are sculpted, rather than you try and do a precise dot in a on a flat surface, you've got a little bit of guidance for the black in the crooks of the eye, like here and here. And also, don't be afraid to overpaint it. If you're painting a face, do the eyes first and then paint the skin all over it, because it doesn't matter then if you go over, like, say if this is going to be really close up on my eye. So say if this is the eye you're trying to paint, this is your area to paint, and then go back over afterwards. When you're painting the skin tone, you'll then paint over these bits and you'll be left with the eye looking pretty okay. I'll give you an example of when I've done that. Let me get my this is probably some of the best eyes I've ever painted, and it was using that technique. This is Ferrus Manus's ones. I used that exact technique on it. I did it on all of my Custodes as well. Like so, you've got the same technique here. And I feel like it's a really good way of doing it. It changed how I approached painting eyes, because I, like yourself, I always hated it. I was like, nope. And then once you're done and you've painted like the skin and that, just in any areas, if it looks a little bit off, a very thin down wash of like Nullin or whatever skin tone you're using for it, because that just adds natural shadows where people like me have massive bags under their eyes. What? Had a dude going on about migrants, and I was sat there with my mate from Libya. Oh man, it's so... It's horrible, isn't it, when you're sort of sat there? Because you just, like, the problem is, those people as well who will sit and rant like that are so unpredictable. So, like, every fibre of my being wants to just, like, kind of challenge them on it. But I know that, like, those people are very unpredictable and can be violent. So you have to be so careful. I'm not saying all of them, just saying some. Enough of a risk that it's tricky. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Don't think I've painted a human face in years. It's always been aliens and monsters. I currently downloaded my Steam... What, your entirety of your Steam library? That's so many. There must be a load of games. Is this because you've got some extended hard drive, so you're just like, I can now put everything on here and not have to worry. I have been playing an awful lot of Slay the Spire the last day or so, which I'm really, really enjoying. Playing that on my my Steam Deck. And I started playing Cyberpunk on my Steam Deck last night as well, which was really good. It actually plays pretty well. I just let my oil washes fill the eye sockets, and it looks like grime or face paint, but I might try doing eyes for real. Honestly, it's I put off doing eyes for the longest time. My entire Blood Angels successor chapter with the Angel Sanguine, who by canonical law never reveal their faces, so I never had to worry about it. So if I could avoid painting eyes, I would. But I'm glad I kind of changed my opinion on it a little bit, because it's like that technique, the Duncan Rhodes one, was absolutely fantastic. It really changed how I paint eyes. And while it's not for everybody, I think for me it really did change how I do it. But half my library, 1.5 terabyte ish. What's your what you gonna play first then if you've got your new PC? What's first on the agenda? I did download because I've only ever played Destiny 2 on my PS5, although I did sit down the other night and download it on the PC because I was going to play it on my Steam Deck, and then realised it can't be ran on Steam Deck. It's one of the very limited number of games that cannot be played on a Steam Deck because of the anti-cheat, the BattleEye one they use, doesn't work with Linux, so it will ban your account. And I was like, oh, I was like, gutted. Obviously, after the announcements of Destiny 2 is having its final live service update, I was quite sad. It's a game I've put quite literally thousands of hours in. We had a table themed around it at our wedding. You know, it's quite sad that it's having its last update, and no sign of a Destiny 3 on the horizon makes me incredibly sad. Ooh, what Cyberpunk background did you pick? So my PS5 playthrough, I'm a Nomad, and then on this one I've gone Corpo. Which I thought was kind of fun, a little bit different. So just playing through that at the moment. What about you? What did you pick? Okay, I'm alive. I've got this. Whoop! Let's knock stuff over. I'm back. Oh, already playing STFC. Oh, you said this to me the other day, and I've completely forgotten what it is. You did tell me what the abbreviation for that was for the other day, but I've completely forgotten in my sick brain haze. I used the rule my late dad had when he had a Space Marine chapter. If you aren't wearing a helmet during the engagement, you will be shot. Save me having to paint faces. Yep, that works. That's it. Star Trek Fleet Command. Thank you. I couldn't remember. My brain was like, wait a minute. What is happening here? My hairbrush. It was not retracting. There we go. Perfectly fine. Right, where's my Arthurian Grey? It's Grey's here. Oh, actually, I did buy the airbrush version of the Arthurian Grey. That would make my life a bit easier, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, I feel that's a good rule of thumb anyway, isn't it? It's like, wait a minute, if I'm not going to... wait, if you're not wearing a helmet, you're getting shot, right? That seems like good logic. Good rules, good logic to live by there. Right, let's get priming on these, shall we? Take pictures of my. Trying to be better at taking pictures as I go, so I can remember how I do things. I feel like I don't. Oh. My first play as a Nomad, second as a play as a Corpo. Thinking of the third play as a Street on my Steam Deck. Ooh, I'm enjoying playing it on my Steam Deck. It's probably the first game I've gone, yes, this is a handheld port. Like, not in a bad way, it's just a couple of things loaded a bit, like, the minute you just notice something takes slightly longer to load, like, only a fraction of a second, but as soon as your brain adjusts to it, you're fine. Also, it highlighted my main, this is a weird thing, it highlighted my main critique doing the character customization on Cyberpunk. How, after all of these years, can they still not get dark hair right? So, I don't know what it is, like, especially like a dark beard, or a, like, dark hair on the top. It never quite looks right at the root. You know, and it almost looks a little bit patchy. Whereas if you go for a lighter, like a blonde, or even like a bright, vibrant blue or something, or like a multi-tonal one, it's fine. I find like just like dark hair on character creation for video games sometimes struggles. Always looks a little patchy. Yeah. It's a very minor critique. But otherwise, I'm thoroughly enjoying playing through it again. Okay, right. Arthurian Grey time. Let's do this. Speaking of Star Trek, though, are you going to be interested in any of the Star Trek Magic the Gathering that released at the end of the year, Solitaire? I feel like a lot of people are not excited for this set, for Star Trek. I'm a little bit like, hee, Star Trek. Right. Here we go. No going back now. Ooh. Well, you gotta go have fun. No worries, Skull Crusher. We'll catch you later. It was more from higher ups in the chapter. Although obviously you don't have time for to get a helmet. You're okay, but yeah, yeah, that's true. You'll get a bolt round for breakfast. I gave up on Magic. Oh, that's a shame. I feel like Magic at the moment. I'm enjoying it more than I have for a long time. Like obviously I'm enjoying doing my daily pack videos. Which yesterday's pack though. Oh, yesterday was a good pack. If you guys haven't seen like my pack a day video from yesterday, woo! Only if you're interested in that sort of stuff. I feel like this is dried a little bit. It's a bit too. Let's give this a bit of a stir. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Star Trek set just to see if they tackle and how they would implement tribbles. Oh, I didn't even think about tribbles. Oh, that's such a good point. That's gonna be so fun. I'm hoping we get it's not just all original series. Like I'm really hoping we get Star Trek. Like I would love some Voyager cards and things for it. Like I'm quite hyped for it. Like not like as hyped as I probably was for like Turtles or anything, but I'm still pretty hyped. To be fair, Turtles was a bit of a surprise set for me this year. Very good. Now, you could do this with rattle cans if you've got spray cans. The airbrush is just a bit easier for me, although I am struggling with it a little bit. I hate deck building. My brain just struggles making them since my breakdown. That's fair. I mean, I have to admit, if it's a game system you enjoyed, but the deck building was the hardest part of it, now is probably the best time ever to play, because pre-con decks are at their most powerful I think they've ever been. I would normally take with me, if I go to my Commander night, especially for Commander, I would go and I would be like, I probably have one pre-con that I haven't upgraded yet. Now I'd probably say about 3 or 4 of my decks are just pre-con straight out of the box, and they absolutely slap on the tabletop. They're really good. Especially like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one. That one is a ridiculously good pre-con. I feel like I haven't got this actually quite tight enough. May have messed up a bit on this one. It's fine, that's why we do multiple layers. I feel like my airbrush isn't coming through powerful enough, like the airflow. Nothing come through at all. I've got a slight blockage somewhere, maybe? Oh, that's why, because I'd accidentally pushed in the back part of it. That's better! I was like, blimey, this is taking a while. I've got a control nodule at the back end of my airbrush, and I just didn't realise I pushed it in. Get back over this top bit now. Oh, I did, yes, yeah. I basically I bought a new hose, a new connector for this airbrush, which was very much needed. Tried everything and realised after all of that I had the wrong plug. So basically, the one I was using to plug it in wasn't powerful enough. Sorry, it was too powerful for the airbrush, so it was causing the internals to trip and throttle. So I basically switched round the wattage of the plug, and it was fine. So after all of that, it was just me. So sounds about right. Ironically, it was one of the first things I checked as well, and just thought, oh yeah, that's more power. That'll be fine. That won't be a power issue, and just completely dismissed the fact I was using one which was way more powerful. Now we just need to wait and sit and wait for this to dry, and while that dries, I'll empty out the airbrush. Brain hurting. Oh no, Rusty, what's happened? I feel your pain though. My brain is very hurty right now. Tribble Commander, yes. Ban Soul Ring. I feel like Soul Ring for me is like and I feel it sounds a bit weird. Soul Ring is more of an issue because I find that the people who play Soul Ring, especially if they play it turn 1 or turn 2, they then become the threat. Even if they're not the threat, they then become the threat. Which does always make me chuckle. Yeah, I'm intrigued to know if we'll get any Commander decks with the Star Trek stuff. I don't know if we will, but I'm excited to see if we do. Ugh, too many magazines to organise. Oh, is this all your Combat Patrol magazines? That's a good problem to have, though. Having too many. Ugh. Just making sure I get all the Elther and Grey out the airbrush. Drop of airbrush cleaner just to clean the nozzle. There we go, nearly done. That's just Tribble chat about. That would be so funny. Maybe that would be it. Tribble, like a Tribble Commander, is basically just Chatterfang as a like an alternative artwork. That would be so funny. That would be hilarious. I now need them to do that. I need them to do that now. There we go. Right. Now it's that bit where we just wait for these to dry. It takes a few minutes, but we'll wait. Oh, I'm excited though to see how this comes out. Bit of marble work, quite nice. Oh, big stretch. Also, a massive shout out to everybody. Thank you for sticking with me today. I know it's not nice when I'm just snivelling down the microphone a bit like, I feel sick. Oh, I did pick up something actually the other day that you guys were chatting about. I think Corvus and Scrot, you both mentioned this. I think it was Corvus and Scrot. The Noosh. I picked up some of this weathering medium stuff from Monument Hobbies. Well, you guys were saying it basically turns an acrylic paint into basically an oil wash. So we'll have to do some experiments with this at some point, which I think will be fun. So I'll let you know how I get on with this. I managed to pick some up the other day, so I was like, ooh. So I'm excited to give that a whirl. And I also picked up, after we've done this tank, what I might do after that. Obviously, I've only got end of July is Fen Model Show, so if I want to enter anything outside of my squig, I've got to get painting something really. And I was going to try and finish my Necromunda diorama, but I kind of hit a wall with it, weirdly, where I really got a bit stuck of like, I don't know what to do next. So I'm hoping if I get through that writer's block, I'll finish that. But if not, I might do another cell-shaded entry, because I am enjoying that paint style. We'll have to see how we do for it. So yes, this will take around about 5-ish minutes, so we're not far off now being able to do the peel. And I'm going to force everyone else to hydrate, because it is a very hot day, so please make sure you are staying hydrated. If you are, make sure you all stay hydrated. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. I'm just yum 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 yum. Even though it's water, I'm just yum 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 yum. Or do 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 do. But yes, so I still think we must be. It must be later on, right? The preview. We must see. It's got to be the Middle Earth stuff, right? I feel like it has to be the Middle Earth stuff at this point. I can't think of what else we would be seeing at this stage. Excuse you, my hairbrush. Also, is anybody tomorrow going to be watching the live games over on Warhammer Community? Because they're going to be doing on Warhammer, their YouTube and Twitch. They're going to be playing 3 games of 11th edition, so people can get to grips with the rules. I don't know if anybody had seen that. But it looks very cool though if they get those done. So I'm kind of excited to see how the games are going to play out. I think with it being a bank holiday, I might sit and tune into 1 or 2 of them to see how they're playing. Probably the Tau one is the one I'm most interested in, because the first game is everything out the Armageddon box with a few extras. Second one is Tau versus what's the second one? They did put the listings up on Warhammer Community. Let me find where it is. Where has it gone? Yeah, so the game one. We'll pull this up here. So game one is going to be the Armageddon 2,000 points. So there's about 750 points aside in this box. So they are going to be they've added some stuff to kind of play them. Second one is Tau versus Death Guard. I'm excited for that because I like both armies. And then the rematch of the World Championship final between Admech and Eldar, which I think is going to be really fun to see. So they're all going to go live tomorrow, which I'm very excited to see what they're going to be like. So it's going to be fun. Hey, maggots, how you doing, my friend? Howdy, 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 you legend. How are we? Lovely to see you. Hopefully you're doing a damn sight better than me. I'm sick. I've got sick. I've got a cold in hot weather. What is wrong with me? How are you then, my friend? I hope you're doing good. How be things? Oh, I meant to say, maggots. I had my Baldur's Gate Secret Layers turn up the other week. I was like, yes. So I've now got Karlach, Astarion, Gale, and Shadowheart. So now I'm just waiting on if they're going to do any of the others, like if they're going to do Will or do some other like spin-off characters or something which could be fun, like Raphael or anything. I'm kind of excited. But I hope you're well, buddy. How are we? Ooh. We are just about to do the peel, I think, on our first bit of marbling effect on this. Let's have a look. Hopefully it's dry. Peel this bit first. Ooh, it's not quite dry. Okay, I'm just going to leave that. That's not quite dry. If I pull that off, that's going to leave a mark. Let's leave that to dry. I thought it was dried. Wait, is the sun... Oh, the sun has moved to the other part. Otherwise I was going to put it on the windowsill. All good here. My Baldur's Gate 1's arrived without them taking the... Wait, what? Wait, they didn't take the payment for it. That's nuts. See, he just gone... That's wild. They sadly did take the payment for mine. Oh, I tell you what though, I don't know if you saw my pack a day yesterday. I think it was one of the best pulls we've ever had. I was like, in terms of one single card value, it was a bit nuts. I think something else might have topped it from the one of the Ninja Turtles right on pre-release. But it was a good time. Yeah, I was trying to work out what was actually the best. I think... No, I think it did beat our Japanese showcase one from the Ninja Turtles as well. It was a good pack. I was like, I've never owned one of those cards that we pulled, so I'm just a bit like, whoa. I don't know what to do with it. I immediately like freaked out and walked out the room and went, I need a sleeve! I need a sleeve! I need to find a sleeve! I was like, oh, it was a good time. Oh. Tell you what, while we wait for this to dry, let's crack a pack of magic. We're waiting, right? We're waiting for this to dry. I've got Strixhaven or Spider-Man. Let's do a Strixhaven. Let's do it while we're waiting. I get nothing but trash. We've had a bit of a low streak, so that's definitely beaten us on our streak recently. I think most of our packs for this week were below value, value of the pack. So I feel like it was nice to have a bit of a win. I don't know. I haven't worked out. I dread to work out overall. Am I doing well, positive or negative? That's the big thing. Right. While we wait for these to dry, this is a pack of Secrets of Strixhaven, the most recent set released. Let's have a look. Una, Ali Shopkeep. Procrastinate. That's exactly what I'm doing right now. How are you doing there, maggots? I hope the family all good. I hope Boo's all good. How are we? How are you doing? But are you at Games Expo next week or not? I know it's quite far for yourselves. Rubble Rouser. Stone Docent. Shopkeeper's Bane. That's me in Skyrim, every playthrough. I'm like the Shopkeeper's Bane because I just walk in and go, yes, you want to buy all of my random stuff from the I found. Inkling Mascot, love this art. Spirit Mascot, woo! Mind Roots. Fractal Tender. The fractals have got really nice artwork. Strixhaven Sky Coach. I didn't realise there wasn't any vehicles in this kit. This set. Oh, let's go. What a pack. Silver Quill the Despondent. Oh, that is awesome. Pulling one of the Elder Dragons. Let us go. Let's go. That is awesome. That is a good pull. That's Silver Quill. I think Silver Quill is it's about a fiver. That's not bad. That's not a bad pull at all. And I don't have this Elder Dragon. Nice pull there. Feed the Swarm is our Mystical Archive. I love this artwork. So cool. Run Behind is our foil. A Schwamp. And a token. There we go. Woohoo! Not a bad pull though. Let's go. That's brilliant. Can't say that anymore. We can't say what anymore. What can I say anymore? What did I say? We're not. Boo is ill though. I'm fine. Just got back to work. Oh no. I hope she's not got what I've got. I don't know what it is at the minute. Yesterday, just got slapped by this cold. That is just really messing with me. Like, it's like, ugh. You don't have... Oh, I don't have that dragon. That is true. I do now have the dragon. I was thinking, I was like, what did I say? Did I say something really bad? Oh. That's very true. Oh, nice to pull that, though. Yeah, I feel like I'm slowly collecting now all of the Elder Dragons, which is nice. Which is a really good pull, which is nice to get. Oh. Right, this is still wet, so as it's going to take another like 5 minutes or so to dry, I'm going to go top up my water. So I might as well take a BRB now. I know we would take one at 4, so I'm going to take it early now while this dries. And then when we get back, we'll do the peel, and hopefully we can get on with the next part of the masking up and the priming. So yeah, grab yourselves a snack, grab yourselves a drink. Please stay hydrated today. It's really warm out. Yeah, and we will see you in a few minutes. So yeah, we will be right back. Righty. I am Macaroni, and just about surviving. Maybe not thriving, but surviving. Hello, everybody. Oh, wait, wrong screen. Helps if I go to the right screen. Oh, how are you all doing? I'm back. I drank like 2 pints of water. I got myself a thing of like salty peanuts in case that it helps. Oh, I'm hoping I'll be alright. We're trying to battle our way through. Hey, Avian, how are you doing? A milkshake is sadly not in the room today. So I'm sure Verity is very much giving him pets. It's very warm in here, so he doesn't like coming in here when it's this warm. How are you doing though, Avian? I am petting. Yay! Well, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Right, folks, I'm off. It's time for Dad's 70th celebrations. Well, hey! Everyone have a good evening, a Hobbytime. Try not to die of Nurgle's rot. I'll try my best not to. Well, have an awesome time at your dad's 70th. And we'll catch you later, that man, you legend. Have you been building some sort of space marine tank? Ooh, what tank are you building? What do you mean this? This is the Custodes tank. Right, let's see if this is now dried. We left it a good bit of time later now. I'm hoping this is going to peel off okay. It's okay. There we go. We're starting to get the marbly effect on. Whoa. There was a little bit there where it was a bit wet still. It's alright. We're gonna have more layers over it. Oh, an executioner tank. Ooh, nice. That's the Primaris one, isn't it? Which I've not built any of the Primaris tanks. They're not even like an impulsor or anything. I feel like, yeah, I don't really know why. Never just got around to building any of them. That's gone a little bit patchy on there as well. That's fine. There we go. Marbles coming together slowly. Or what are you what faction or chapter are you doing your executioner tank for? The blue tack off there. Okie dokie. So lots of blue tack pulled off. Okay, starting to shape up marbly. Dark angles. Love it. Ooh, wait, so is your I have a curious question then. Is your executioner going to be part of is it going to be in bone? Bone because it's part of the first company, so like the Deathwing. Is it going to be in black, as if it's like a Raven Wing style? Or are you going with the standard green? Or are you doing something completely different? Sorry, there's a lot of questions there rolled into one, but I'm just curious. Okay, it's shaping up. Getting some marble. Marble! Maybe bone door to a door or two with a standard green. Nice, that's gonna look sick. I always like the there's a Dark Angel Successor chapter that's courted bone and green, and I always really thought if I was going to do Dark Angels I'd do those. I can't really call it something like Angels of like Extermination or something. I always think they look really cool. Well, hey, look at that, some marble effect first layers done on these. Oh yeah. Oh, now we gotta just do 3 more layers to get the rest of the colours in here. I feel like you could easily just gloss over that and that would be done. Like, I feel if you wanted to just do it super quick, you could easily gloss over that. But I want to do the blue, and then the gold, and then the final layer of bone again. The Ethereal Grey. Whew. See how I get through this. Must remember, take pictures as I go. Must remember. Must remember. I always forget. Angels of Redemption. Thank you. I couldn't remember who it was. I remember it was Angels of something. Yeah, I always think they look great. I think there's I think I love like the quartered. If I was gonna do one, I feel that would be the one to do. Just because I think they look great. Oh wait, no, they're the half, not the quartered, aren't they? The Angels of Redemption. They still look great though. Was there not a quartered one? Am I imagining a quartered one? Oh, maybe there's not an official one for it. Oh, hold on. Oh no. Oh, maybe I was just thinking then of the Angels of Redemption, thinking that was the one because it's halved. Oh, there's a quartered bone and black one, which is their new Primaris successor chap. What? What is this? You gotta see this. I've just found a Warhammer community article. Right. On painting your Dark Angel successors. Tips for your Unforgiven, right? I'm just like scrolling down. Like, oh cool, there's some tips and things like that. Okay, yeah, you know, do some like colours here and stuff. What is this? What is this on this Warhammer community article? What is this? I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. If you can't understand that, you're not in the inner circle. That's probably it. That's probably it, isn't it? Has this really made me chuckle? Is it Welsh? It is a oh. I don't know why, that just really made me laugh. I was just like, what is this? What is this thing? Love it. Love it. There we go. Easily amused today. Very easily amused. Oh. Right. Okay, next up, blue. Blue is up next. Where's my wipe? I didn't use all the wipe. Oh, there it is. I'm Welsh. I know a minimal amount of Welsh from working for the brief time I worked and lived in Wales, but it was never something I took to for it. I'm Welsh from Wrexham. The home of Ryan Reynolds and Rob McKinney. Oh, there's a good LGS there. I've heard people talk about a good LGS up in that way. Oh, what's it called? What is it? Is it the? I'm trying to work out. It's like, is it the Fourth Planet games or the Red Dragon's Vault? There's a couple of good ones up there that a few of my friends go to. And they're always like saying when you're ever back in that neck of the woods to go see them. It's supposed to be good gaming spaces. Up that way. Yeah, I met him in the ground. I met Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd too. Ooh, that's cool. The Fourth Planet was like, I was gonna say, I've heard that there's good things, good places there. I haven't been to Wrexham in years. Ah. Right. I don't need another wipe. Hope I've got enough of these left. 2 left. Okay, cool. Should be enough to do. I'll have to get some more at some point. Yeah. I'm sad that we don't have an LGS anymore. There's a few people trying to crowdfund to like set one up in our area, but not in a. This might sound a bit sassy, but I think like what's the word for it? They're not necessarily setting it up for the right reasons, if that makes sense. Like the business plan doesn't sound particularly sound, and I kind of want them to succeed, but I'm a bit nervous based on the history of having LGSs in our area closed down and stuff. Hoping it'll be fine. Just a little bit like, it's a bit of a weird one. Verity has redeemed dad jokes. Dad jokes. Will we get some dad jokes through? Oh man, the headache is coming through hard. We got this. I can do this. I believe in us, chat. Do you believe? I can't not hear that scene of like you know when it's like shares. Do you believe in life after love? I can't not hear it without the Zac Efron clip of him in the car going, I'm trying, Cher. I don't know what it is. Weird who cancelled the dad jokes. Yeah, it's Verity. I cannot cancel it. But alas, they were cancelled. They were cancelled indeed. Alright, let's get these bits back on here. Right, let's try and get the blue. I want this super tight on here. That's what I was lacking before, was the ooh.
You believe in life after love. Try and share. I'm trying.
That's it. That's exactly it. And now this part of the stream will not be usable in a bot. That'll be fine. That problem made me jump though. You got me there. You got me good there, Verity. I apologise to Wales. Oh. I'm not scared. You're scared. That got me. Oh. Oh. But yes, how are we all doing in the chat? I hope we're doing good. I'm hoping I can survive long enough through stream to get this sickness will not take me. Hopefully I can get through, but we'll see how we do. I can feel I'm slowly getting worse. It's just not a good sign. Ooh. I would just get to tidy up my arcane library, but I have to spend bits to babysit instead. How are you getting on with the library game? Are you enjoying it so far?
Look at me, I'm making people happy. I'm the magical man from Happy Land in a gumdrop house on Lollipop Lane.
In case you couldn't tell, I was being incredibly sarcastic. Even the bit, he's such a good bit of The Simpsons, that is. It's such an iconic bit. It's the bit where he comes back in and he goes, in case you couldn't tell. And so it's so funny. So now we've got Disney Plus back for a short period. I've been enjoying rewatching some of The Simpsons just in the background when I'm just like doing other stuff. And I was like, oh man, I forget how good The Simpsons is sometimes. And also how much of it I... Oops, what was that? That was a crunch and a half. And how much of it I have basically unintentionally committed to memory. Oh, excuse me there. That was a weird hiccup. Currently on 4 hours of sorting and done like 10%. But I would just like to unlock some of the spells to help. Oh no! Are you a spellless a spellless library person? Is that what it is? Yeah, my brain is like, oh. My brain is like there. The book's finished it already. I can imagine Book would have gone hard on that. I got it nice now, and now it's my personality. No apology needed, my friend, or should I say, Dim Angen Jormadid Ride. I feel like butchered that. Dim Angen Rim de Ride? I probably butchered that. And is that... There's no... I know Dim is no. So I guess no apology needed? Or no apology required? Maybe? I'm guessing? I'm trying to remember. Go back into the depths of my memory of the random times I had some... I had to know a bit of Welsh when I was working in Wales. Many, many moons ago. God, it's got to be like 12, 13 years ago? Oh, man, I'm old. No apology needed. Well, hey! I was like, I remember, I was like, I'm trying to remember. Oh. Yeah. I was racking my brain on what language it could be, and Welsh fell out. Yep, there, that was it, Welsh. It's an impressive language. They say it's a good it sounds a bit odd. It's a good gateway language. If you can basically learn Welsh, you can pretty much learn most other languages because of the vocal kind of nuances to it. It's much easy. It makes other languages easier to learn, which I always thought was kind of fascinating. It's what spoken. Not very many. It's obviously spoken in Wales, and I think isn't it weirdly spoken quite a lot in like Patagonia or something? Isn't it somewhere like random, somewhere random where they actually use Welsh as their like one of their main languages? There you go, random Welsh facts today. Have you seen the Warhorse are making a Middle-earth RPG? Yes! It's going to be really interesting. I think it's a good team to have behind it. You know, after their success with Kingdom Come, I feel like that's a good team to have behind it. I'm very intrigued to see what they do with it. Good scorching afternoon, everyone. Hello, Super Weasel. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the sniffle zone. I am sick. I have a cold in this hot weather. How are you doing, buddy? Oh. So Lewis is telling me I would fail at learning it and become cross-eyed from studying. No, not at all. I feel like just a lot of people I know have said sort of like who pick up languages far easier are people who generally tend to have learned Welsh at some point. I think it's just got a lot of vocal range. Ah, yes, and Welsh is spoken in Patagonia, a province of Argentina. If you didn't know, I knew it was somewhere in South America. I remember it's quite predominantly spoken there, isn't it? How you doing there, buddy? I hope you're doing alright. You surviving in the heat? Lewis does not know how bad of a French student I was. I was also a very bad French student. I caught a cold myself this week. I'm only just getting over it. Oh, it's so annoying, isn't it? So it's like, why? Like, why do I now have this cold? Like, couldn't it give it to me like just not giving it to me? I suppose is probably what would be the desirable outcome here. Oh, and I'm good. I just got back from the gym. Was the gym nice and air conditioned? I feel like that would be a little like saving grace of going to the gym. Just be like, oh, it's air conditioned. Hey, I guess I went by hovercraft to Estonia in Spanish. I learned languages fine without Welsh. That's okay. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like my random languages are limited to random key phrases in just random languages. I know that in Mandarin, hamburger is hambobo. What else we got? I'm trying to remember what other languages have I learned? Not many. I would like to learn more languages, though. Very much would. I feel like it's something I've always enjoyed learning, but it's just yeah. It's if you don't use it, you lose it, don't you? Then again, the tape and microphone section was perhaps more of an indication that I spoke English weird. At least Siri thinks so. I'm still recovering from my mid-vaccine jab, so I've been snowballed. I feel your pain. Oh, it's so bad. It's just weird. Start with American English, Lewis. No. Not American English. Bleh. Bleh. Right. That's that one on there. Okay. Now this bit over here. We will get through. We'll do this. This is all just for the next colour as well. So I'm like, oh no. I don't know how I did catch a cold, considering I didn't go outside all this week. I don't know what it is at the moment. There's something. I'm worried I caught it off of the annoying people that we had on our train on Wednesday. This guy basically just coughing and spluttering to the point that where it was one of the many reasons why we moved away from them sat near us. Going, I'm so ill. I'm so ill. It was just like, oh no, I'm getting over this. It's like, then why did you leave the house? Or at least wear a mask. Like, do something, right? Blech. The company I work for is mainly American audience. I do have to spell things in American English, and I don't know how to spell anything. No, I don't. I know, it's such a tricky thing. I'm like, it's because I use Grammarly quite a bit when I'm at work, like typing things and stuff, and the amount of times it will randomly do an update and it'll go, hey, we're now on American English, and I'm like, no. Like, no. Like, bad. Ooh. Da, 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 da. I love the way it's called Rock Anthem for Saving the World. That's about right. The main software I work with is from an American company. One of my current clients is very against American spellings. I also have a client that way around. They get really annoyed if something gets sent to them with an American spelling, and I'm just like, but you're using an American piece of software. There's not much I can do about that. Whew, right, let's find the right blue I was using for this now. I think I was using Steganon blue. It was, there we go. Oh, have I got much of it left? Let's give this a shake. There we go. Wait for the Oh. I'm surviving, chat. I'm gonna make it. I promise. I'm gonna make it. Right, so we're gonna put the blue layer over here now. And then after the blue, we do the gold. And then after the gold, we go back over with the final coating of the white. And then we're going to paint the rest of the tank. So this is Skedanon Scale Green I'm using for this one. Ooh. It does mean nice and easy stories for two of our team becoming devs. Tester and apprentice at BA at the moment. Oh no, how does that come across? Oh, the lid's come off this. Try and pop that back into place. And no, I don't think that was what I used. I think I used Inky by Darkness. No, this was the right colour. I think, well, that's what I'm using. I think it's what I used. Has there been any entries to the blues yet? I've got like 3 days free and I'm trying to finish mine. I'm not sure. I know there's a few people working on stuff, but I don't think I've seen anybody submit their thing yet. Not that I've seen. I'm hoping there is some. Or it just means if there's only 3 of you, then it's an easy, nice, easy first, second, third. Makes judging easy. Where did my... There it is. Piece of tissue go. I've thought about starting mine. That counts, right? That's true. You've got bits for yours. I just need to do the final bit for it. Yeah. Lewis, do you have a custodian model done yet? I'm curious about. I do. Yes, I have. I've got the custodian sodality squad done from the heresy box. I'll show you in just a moment. They're just here. The only thing I haven't done is I haven't glued them onto their bases yet, just because I was using the bases as a reference point for a tutorial on the marble. So, because a few people have asked me for it, so I was like, yeah, I'll give it a go. Try doing my first ever video tutorial for YouTube's. So I'm just trying to get this thing out here. Come here, you. Why are you being so awkward? Sorry, the dropper bottle lid is stuck inside the pot. There you go. It's dried in there. I've gone for a pretty alright scheme. In terms of it's very different to my 40k Custodes scheme. It's much more a little bit on the grim darker side. Oop, where did that go? That's gone now. Where'd it go? It's gone. There's my... Are you working on any Custodes at the moment, or just curious about the scheme? I should get it done, hopefully. You've still got 2 weeks. 2 weeks. So you've still got plenty of time. There is 2 weeks for everyone who wants to get their Palooza entry in. Remember, if you're doing our hobby bingo for the year, this counts as entering a painting competition. Because it is a paint competition. So yeah, there's a square on there for either do a tournament or enter a painting competition. This 100% counts. So yes. Do. Right, where's my thinner gone? I put it behind me? Where did I put my thinner? Ah, there it is. It's behind my peanuts. How do you know they're royalty? They're not covered in filth. Wait, what? Well, use that when people complain. Wait, who's complaining? I'm confused. I missed something here? Alright, let's get some blue on here. It's got very intense music all of a sudden. Was this from Bloodborne? Feels like it's from Bloodborne. Feels like I'm about to get attacked by a werewolf and I'll be like, ah! Good afternoon, Misfit. How are you? Hope you are well. Oh, you say they were not grimdark Custodes. Oh no, yeah, my 40k ones aren't, but these ones are a little bit more grimdarky. Let me blast this on here and then I'll show you them while they dry. Cool. So what I'm doing here is just getting the marble colours on. Blasted on here. Do. Nearly there, final bit. I think we are almost there. And we're almost there. Cool. A little bit of blast on here. Awesome. Alright, the blue is on. It is hot, that is true. Much last week I physically recovered from my holiday on the Norfolk Broads. This weekend it's been too hot to paint. It has been very hot to paint. And I have somehow, in all this heat, I have a cold. Don't quite know how it happened, but I've got one. Oh, did you have a good time away though? It's got me using my 3D printer and painting again at least. That's good then. Okay, I know you were working on some Stormcast for a little bit. But, I'm intrigued to know what you're going to be doing. Just clearing out the airbrush. This blue is always a pain to get out of the airbrush because it's so dark. Ooh. Right. What if it's not cold and your time has come and you have the hay fever? No! I've never had it. No. Is this what hay fever is like? Oh no, because they do say you can develop it later in life, can't you? Because different types of pollen. I'll be so annoyed if it is. Like, you know, nearly what? How old am I? 34 years on this planet, nearly. I've never had it. I hope not. Oh no. It was a great time. I ordered this week I ordered some bits for my Scarab Corp Terminator bits, Constructor Sorcerer and Terminator armor. That's why my focus has been. I also started building a Forge Fiend. It's the final part, 2-part Combat Patrol magazine issues. Ooh, nice. You did you see the 10th edition update rules preview for Custodes? Sorry, Custodes, Thousand Suns. Nah, I think you're sick, but it's like eternal suffering. Yes. Oh no! Oh no! No no! Oh. Right. Okay, that is the most of that blue, if not all of it, out there. And then afterwards, we've just got gold. Now it's that awkward part. Now we just have to wait for this to finish. Finish drying before I do the peel. Should take around about 5-10 minutes. So we can chill out. The faction focus doesn't. Yeah, look good. Yeah. I'm hoping it means that we'll get those individual robots in their own individual kit soon, because they haven't come out individually yet, have they? The Sekatar, or did they? And I forgot. That could be highly likely. Airbrush clean, ready for the next paint afterwards, which is going to be good. I was enjoying the faction focus for the Custodes, because it sounds like we're going to get Telemon and other things usable, which is going to be great. But Avian, in answer to your question about my Custodes paint scheme, I have it here for you. Oh no, I've got. Otherwise, I could link these together by accidentally. Stay. My Custodes paint scheme is this. So it's like a much darker kind of gold, and more like an aged metal. And this squad has got red cloaks and shoulder pads, and they're going to go on marble bases, which I've done as well. I just need to put them on the marble bases. So this is all just dry brushed gold, which is really, really useful. So it's nice and quick. The gold's quick to do. The details, as always, the Custodes take longer, but it's not too bad. Oh. Oh. Melty brain. Oh. Whew. Hopefully I can battle away this cold. Oh. Do you steal a faction focus on Monday? Ooh, that would be cool. That would be very cool. Because who are we doing? We need Gene Stealers, Votan, Salamanders, Iron Hands, unless they're lumped in with the other ones. We've had Tyranids, we've had Orcs. I don't think what else we're missing. Do we not have the Eldar one? Have we not had the Eldar one? I thought we had the Eldar one. Did we not? Or am I imagining that? Necrons, though. Yeah, Necrons would be good. We had Drukhari, not Eldar. There we go. I couldn't remember. I was thinking, have we had one? That's it, yeah. We've had Grey Knights, Emperor's Children. Yeah, I was just looking through the list of what we had. Yeah, so we have had so far. Oh, God. These are the ones we've had so far. So we've had Thousand Suns, Drukhari, Grey Knights, Emperor's Children, Imperial and Chaos Knights, Death Guard, Adeptus Custodes, Tau, World Eaters, Chaos Demons and Chaos Space Marines, Tyranids, Guard, Adeptus Sororitas, Orcs, Marines. So yeah, so we're mating on Eldari, Gene Stealer Cults, Ynnari would be good. You never know. Is it just 5 left, is it? Ooh. Oh, Admech. Admech are on the air. So what we're Admech, Eldari, Necrons, Gene Stealer Cults, Leagues of Votan. I think that's about it. Yeah, those would be the 5. So, did you see that the Imperial Knights one did have stuff for Admech in here? It talked about how taking knights, specifically in one of the detachments, was specifically taking knights with Adeptus Mechanicus. There's a special detachment here where you take them as alongside the Adeptus Mechanicus, which was cool. So there was something for them. Yeah, add Mech Eldari, GC Called Necrons Votown, that's it. It's all that's left. Unless they do the individual Space Marine chapters. So, because we haven't had Imperial Agents. And they are a codex. We haven't had Imperial Agents. We haven't had... Oh, technically, were they included in Grey Knights, maybe? No, this is just Grey Knights. No... Yeah, this is just Grey Knights. So, we could be waiting on Imperial Agents. So, oh, Imperial Agents aren't getting one. What in the I know they said, that's true. They did say they weren't getting any more detachments. Yeah, you're right on that one. All Space Marines were covered in the Marine one. Oh, did they cover everyone? That's sad. Didn't cover all the rest. Vulgaris, Strike Force, Liberius Conclave. This is what I'm hyped by. Subversion assets. Oh yeah, Black Templars, Blood Angels. Oh, they did. I never scrolled this far down. Dark Angels, Space Wolves. Yeah, it's just maybe those. Oh, there's no Salamanders though. Rude. No Salamanders or Iron Hands. Outrageous. Outrageous. Not a fan. How dare you? How dare you? Oh. I doubt Inari will get their own faction focus. Either GW wishes to forget they ever created. I don't know. Unless they are a detachment in... Because they did say these detachments are specifically aimed at armies that don't currently have a lot of love in the 10th edition. So I'm wondering if... they might be covered in an Eldari faction focus. They might be like a detachment, which could be kind of good if they do it that way around. So, maybe. I guess they were covered in the Codex Compliant as well. Yeah. It's only because for a long time they had separate... my brain... It's broken. They had separate supplements for a while, didn't they? Oh, here we go. Oh, cool. I just realised there's a list here. There's a list here on the side. Here is everything. So what? Black Templars, Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Death Watch, Grey Knights. Yeah, Imperial Fist, Iron Hands, Raven Guard, Salamanders, Space Marines, Space Wolves, Ultramarines, White Scars. So they kind of cover all those. Armies of the Imperium, the Depths of Sororitas, Custodes, Mechanicus, Imperial Agents, Imperial Knights, and Astra Militarum. So they've all been covered apart from Agents. Then Chaos Demons, Chaos Knights, covered. Chaos Space Marines, Death Guard, covered. Emperor's Children, Thousand Sons and World Eaters, all covered. Yeah, so it is just Eldari, Hajugari, we haven't had Gene Cults, we haven't had Leagues of Votan, we haven't had Necrons. But yeah, there's just 5 left. Interesting. I feel like, are they going back to the traditional part of it where Necrons are always the last ones to get some sort of update? Yeah, I feel like Necrons would be cool. I'm looking forward to see what they do with Necrons, as that is probably the main Xenos army I own. Necrons. Eldari, just generally, I'm quite excited for. I've always been slightly tempted to do some Eldari, but yes. Right, because it is super hot weather, and because I'm feeling really sick, we're going to take another BRB. I'm going to try and BRB on the hour-ish during hot streams like this. But also because of the amount of water I'm drinking, I need a comfort break. So yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Grab yourself a snacky and a drink. We will see you in a moment. How are we? How are we? I hope you all hydrated. That's the important thing. In this hot weather like this, I hope you went in hydrated. It's the important thing to do. But yeah, I hope we're all doing good. Right, we are gonna crack on, and hopefully we're at the point where we can peel these in a moment. I feel like with how warm it is, this probably shouldn't be too far off. But we'll have to wait and see. But yes, thank you, Weeaboo. How you doing? Are you surviving in the heat? Just about. Ugh. I mean, this will be a load. If we get this done, this will be a load of really good stuff to get done in a short space of time, which will be nice. ABP, always be peeling. Oh. Right, start with the same one we peeled first last time and hope it's as dry. Yeah, dry-ish. Yeah, I'll do. Let's just... There we go, a little bits of some blue splattered through there. This is the bit where you always go, I have to trust the process on the blue. When you add the gold and then the final white, it all should hopefully come together. There we go. Ooh. Do 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 do. That's looking all right. It's looking all right. Do do do. Do 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 do. And let's get this on here. Has anyone got any plans for their if they're off tomorrow? If they're having a day off? Anyone got any fun plans? Just with it being a bank holiday here in the UK. Last one till August, isn't it? Last bank holiday till August. Is there a bank holiday in August? Yeah, I feel there's one in August, isn't there? And then there's not one then till Christmas. Ooh. Oh, there we go. That looks great. This has come out well. This has come out well so far. Hilariously, this is coming out better than it is on the stuff I filmed for my tutorial. Oh, there we go. Hey, thank you, Weeaboo. Right, that's how I take some pictures before I forget to take pictures, as I always forget. Next up is gold. I'm going for gold. Going gold, gold. Do 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 do. I think that my dark elves are going to texture paint and then prime. Ooh. On the bases or on the actual like models, like you adding texture to their skins. Ugh. Lewis, you just stop putting your used chewing gum on the models. Where else am I going to put it? I can't put it under my desk. Gotta put it somewhere, right? Right. Back at it we go now, covering these areas again. Skizzers. Do do. Ugh. It does look a bit, the blue tack does look a bit like a used gum though, to be fair. And then... Oh. Yeah, bases, they did consider funky skins, but I want a fairly rapid turnaround. Yeah. I think it's always one of those things, isn't it? It's like sometimes with the rapid turnaround, it's like, I just want that faster. I always think of the analogy. There's a really good quote from a film. Oh, why can I not remember the name of the film? I can tell my brain fuzz is kicking in today. It's oh, what is it? Ow. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember now. was it called? American Fiction. That was it. It was American Fiction. I had to Google it. There's a really interesting quote where it's basically the story is there's a writer, and he's like a super best-selling writer, and like his books basically aren't necessarily selling well, but basically he's annoyed because he's written a book which is kind of like a bit of a throwaway book that sold incredibly well. And he gets really in his head about it. And the guy describes it by saying, look at the three different types of of Johnny Walker. You've got Johnny Walker Red, which is the cheap Johnny Walker. You've got Johnny Walker Black, which is kind of the middle one. And you've got Johnny Walker Blue, which is the expensive, super, everybody wants this. And he goes, for your entire time, you've been writing blue books, like Johnny Walker Blue style. The really deep, complex sort of style ones. And then, oh, hello. Thank you very much. Thank you. What do we got?
You've got like a lemonade with that fresh raspberry syrup, peach and grape juice, and fresh lime juice.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Yum, 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 yum. Oh. Verity made me a super nice refreshery drink. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh, that's really nice. Oh man, that's really refreshing. It's just chock full of like fresh fruit and syrups and things. So it's like like a lot of fresh raspberry syrup, lime juice, peach juice, and things like that. It's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Verity. So he makes the quote where basically it says like, for the longest time, like people work at this level of like, just because you can do blue, like you can do the high tier of like super detail now, it doesn't mean that you can't do the other levels. And people who perform at the rate of they only ever work on like the top end of it for the longest period of time will get really annoyed at themselves when they only do something which is like kind of red or black in comparison to the three Johnny Walkers. And it stuck with me a bit in terms of like painting. Most people, once they hit the level of painting parade ready or like really nice ready, like really high quality minis, it's really hard sometimes mentally to go back and just do a quick paint through. So like there's nothing wrong with a battle ready army, there's absolutely nothing wrong with something in the middle, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with high ends throwing everything at a model. The problem is I think that most people, when they go to the high end of it and they throw everything they have at a model, they really struggle to go backwards just to bash through an army. And that quote really stuck with me, is like, you can do all three and there's nothing wrong with doing all three. Just it depends on where you're at mentally, of which one you want to focus through. And I think that's true a lot with mini painting. As someone who kind of struggles a bit, always overcomplicating it and going, I should do more, I should be able to add more to things. Knowing that position when to stop and knowing that's actually okay, there isn't anything wrong with it, is kind of it. And that kind of, when you were saying then about running through a very quick, you just wanted a quick paint through. I feel like when you've spent ages painting something as super detailed as like your massive terrain piece, and you were like did loads of work on that, it's probably a weird kind of shift mentally, isn't it, where you're kind of going, but now I just want to do something fast, but I did do something that detailed, now back to something fast. It's like a weird flip-flop, but all are good. Each one has its purpose. Sorry, I went a real big tangent then, but it just hit a I have a thing for that. That's what it was. Yeah. I just ordered some more pouches for July, so I don't have to wear a backpack, which means I can put the shield on my back if I don't wear it on my arm. Ooh, that's awesome! That's gonna be so cool. Hells to the yes. Or your other bit that you need for it has failed yet again on this one bit, so I'm now down to printing them individually. There's like 9 pieces in it, and we've got 6 fully done. I just don't know what's happening with this one bit. It just keeps falling off, so I've reorientated it, so hopefully that'll be done soon. I just get reorientating and fall. I keep reorientating because it just keeps falling off, and I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, I can't have any 40k releases before 11th. I don't think any. I think the only things we're waiting on from that's been announced is the Middle Earth stuff, I think. I would imagine it's going to be Middle Earth this week, 11th edition next week. Is what I'm kind of imagining. I know exactly what you mean. I've spent most of this week starting a Heresy Predator long backstory. I'm hoping to finish it for the coming week, and then a smatter of Dark Elves and my other RPG stuffs. That's kind of it. It's like we end up doing so much. We know, just because we can doesn't mean that we have to. And I think it's that mentality sometimes of going, yeah, but I probably should. And it's like, no, you don't have to. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with what you do. But we can end up being so harsh on ourselves as like painters about, oh, I probably could have done a bit more on that, or I could have done it. And it's like, no, you're exactly where you need to be, and that's fine. Like right now, you've got the energy to do that, and that's the important part of it. And there's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, it's a really interesting kind of the way he described it, and he's talking to this like author. It's just really interesting the way he sort of like put it. I don't know, the way he puts it across just made me really think and go, oh, that's actually not bad points. So I was like, ooh. Okay, let's get that one on there. Probably could have stretched that out a bit more, but I think that's okay. Downside is the more you stretch it out, well, the upside is the more you stretch this out, the bigger the veins of whatever you're going to get through it. But sometimes I don't necessarily want the big veins on it. I just want some thin ones, but you just got to be careful with how you stretch it. Hey Heed, how you doing, my friend? Welcome. I am unfortunately sick, so apologies if you hear me sniffling. On there. Yeet. Do. Happens a lot with me when I'm painting my knees. I take a long time painting, but can get my head around doing a quick paint job that would help me get my thoughts more. But my brain goes, no, yeah, 100%. And I think it's one of those like, it's knowing. I think I've been enjoying doing like spearheads and combat patrols more because there isn't that pressure of doing. I've got to do a whole army in this real nice way. And I think like my Necromunda gang, that's got a lot of detail on it because I want that to have a lot of detail, but that's only a small subsect of models. But then everything else I'm pretty fine with just being... even these Custodes, I mean, doing the marble is definitely a step in the more complex direction than I thought I was going to do with these Custodes. But actually the gold is super simple, the red is super simple. Look at what we did with Healys. Where's he gone? Like this guy we finished off. We did this guy in what, 6 hours? And he's got blends. He's got really cool sword. He's got different different textures. He's got a skin tone. But actually, I stopped intentionally because I stopped pushing myself even further. I was originally going to do a non-metallic metal on this sword, and I was like, nope. I was going to fill all these cracks in his skin with the same bluing glow, and I went, nope. And I'm actually really happy with this. I'm quite proud of this model where it's just like it's going to sit on the side and look really cool. And it's like, that was a bit of a thing for me where I was like, not every model needs to be super overcomplicated. You know, that's the main part of it. Ugh. But it can be if you want to be, but it doesn't have to be. Ugh. Can I always go back to it later? That's true. And if I decide actually I did want to go back to it, I can either print off another one or I can go back to it. That's exactly it. Like if I want to do more. Same with these Custodes. I haven't done anything on their power weapons. And I kind of wanted to, but I was like, no, I want to get more of the Custodes done now. So I paused at that point. I definitely find it helpful to have the quick models interspewed with the Emperor's Children. That said, the heat this week, all I've painted is a garden fence this morning. That is fair. That is completely fair. With the heat this week, yeah. I feel everybody's like, nah, no painting today, and that's completely fine. There's either two types of people. There's either the people who have done, I've stayed inside in front of a fan or aircon and I've painted loads. Or there's the people going, nope. Like there's no in between. So You're saying your Custodes scheme is super easy, barely an inconvenience. It was originally intended to be. It's definitely a bit more complicated with stuff like this now. But overall, the gold itself is probably the simplest part of it. Prime the model black, or dark grey in this case. Paint the armor areas brown. Dry brush on the base gold. Shade. Highlight. Dry brush highlight. Done. It's kind of like that sort of like, you know, fairly... Compared to the gold I did on my 40k Custodes, which was following the Warhammer TV tutorial when they came out for the Burning Crossbow box. Which was about... It was just layer upon layer upon layer. It used about 8 different golds and things like that. This definitely feels much simpler. And then I've spliced in this bit of a complication. Ooh. One thing that clicked for me this week was that my airbrush paint consistency. My tank, I spent more time painting than cleaning. Well, hey, that's good then. Yeah, I feel like when you get that consistency just spot on, you're a bit like, ooh, yeah. Because it's like you don't spend forever just scrubbing and cleaning your airbrush then, do you? Do. Let's get these on here. So there's only one more layer to do after this, which is going to be the final layer of white. So we do the gold now, and then it is just the final layer of white. Woohoo! We're doing this. We're getting it done. Right. Gold. Where's my gold? That's the shade. That's the airbrush aged metal. That's what I want. About 300 gigabytes still to download. You're smashing it. Are we on now? I get what all those videos mean. Yeah, when something clicks like that, you're like, oh, it's always good. I hold these paints I need for my Thousand Suns now, the most recent of which for the Mutant Vortex Beast. I have 2 schemes prepared for the Vortex Beast. A dark turquoise shading to greens and dark purple shading to blues. I'm not sure which I do first. We'll do different schemes per beast. Ooh. What, I guess, yeah, they both sound awesome. I love the fact that you've got the 2 different schemes there. I love the idea of that dark turquoise shading to green. That's really nice. The purples are always a beautiful blend, but I'm really excited about that turquoise to green. The other thing, after I finish the shield, I'm going to paint up a kill team, a necromunda gang, and a spearhead to get some small games. Yes, that's it. That's very much it. I need to finish my necromunda gang and I finish my spearhead. So I don't know what I put in my book this month. I've done a bad job of referring back to my book of where did I put it? Of what my projects was going to be for this quarter, because I'm trying to write in like 90-day goals. So I need to kind of go back and have a look. I know this was on it, so. But I need to go back and have a look at what I was actually doing. Of what my next plan is going to be. Not that I have to stick to it super rigidly, but it'd be good to to refer back to it so I know where I'm at. Put my reference in the Discord if you were curious. Ooh, I'll check those out in a bit. Thank you. I'm also considering a spearhead. I'm not really into the newer Stormcast models or Sons of Behemat, so probably going to go Lizardmen for a bit more about Unga, therefore I bunga. Yeah. I saw somebody, who was it? There was a artist who's done, they've done a really nice Tau Lizardmen force. They've started doing some kit bashes for it, and their stuff was really nice. I saw that this week on Instagram, and I was like, oh, that's a cool kit bash. A little bit more heavier in some areas here where I want a bit more gold, a bit less in other areas on this. It always doesn't matter if I go too heavy on this one because I'm going to be covering it up afterwards with the white. I might 3D print a Sons of Bayobat Force. Ooh. What are you using? Which models taking your fancy? As in from the there's some great artists who do some really cool like alternative Sons of Bayobat stuff. I'm thinking next edition. I think they're going to get a bit of an update, or next when they get their next drop. I feel like they could do with some really nice new stuff. Like I feel like their models versus some of the other ones in the Age of Sigmar range are looking a bit more dated. Does that make sense? Oh, we're running out. Drop more. It's an airbrush paint. You use a bit more. The Max Mini Giants are cool from TT Combat. Ooh. That's what I'm quite looking forward to when I go to Games Expo next week. Is just having a look at seeing what other stuff is there. I mean, to be fair, I've still got some stuff unpainted I bought last year from Games Expo. But so I'm excited to do a few more, pick up a few more nice minis. Also, I'm a bit of a sucker for an event-only mini, I have to admit. They go, hey, this is an event exclusive, and I'm like, gimme! I think we are there, I think. Done! Right, that's the gold, that just needs to sit and dry now. Ooh, and then it's just the final layer. It's the final countdown. That does sound cool. I'm gonna paint mine pink. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, what? Pink. Lizardmen would be really cool. Sorry, Seraphon, not Lizardmen. Still stuck sometimes. A bit like, wait a minute. Old habits, eh? Is there one for UK Games Expo? I don't know if GW have one. I think their event-exclusive minis will be there. But there are certain independent, smaller companies will have like, this is only available at this event. I know sometimes Fallout will do one, so Modifius will do one for Fallout. I'm hoping to look at the Modifius range. I want to have a look at some of their Mass Effect minis in person, because I love Mass Effect. I've been doing another playthrough. I've got more minis here. I'm painting. There's just like side projects. I'm kind of excited to see what their extra stuff is. And but yeah. I still there was Lizardmen. Old man remembers when they were Lizardmen. That's it, isn't it? It's like old habits, isn't it? You're like, wait a minute, that's not what they are anymore. Yeah, I don't know if there's a GW one. There'll be. I assume they'll have their event minis there. But yeah. Ooh, it just reminded me actually. Speaking of exclusive minis, I need to order my on payday. I need to order my Warhammer Plus mini for the year. The Eldar one. Yeah, I need to get that ordered. I tell you what, I'm genuinely gutted. The more I keep thinking about the genuinely gutted about the announcement this week that Destiny 2 will now, as of June 9th, will get no more live service updates. I'm like genuinely really gutted about it. Like I kind of, reading between the lines, thought that the end was coming. The last few expansions after the final shape haven't been particularly successful. They've mixed up the game formula quite a bit. A lot of people liked it, a lot of people didn't. Myself included, I dropped off playing it a bit. Felt like after 10 years of completing a massive storyline, I needed a breather. But I just recently got back into playing it a bit more, and I'm really gutted because it sucks. But no sign of Destiny 3 on the horizon either. I'm just a bit like, oh. I would love to see some Destiny miniatures though at some point. That'd be really cool. So yeah, genuinely gutted about it. Sorry, the Destiny music playing in the background, my mind drifted to it. Sorry, my memory is terrible. Did you get painting your Rumble Sound kitties? I haven't. No, they're moving slowly closer to the top of the pile. So they're slowly moving closer to the top of the pile on there. I've got an idea for the cat, the Galaxy cat for it. But yeah, they are moving closer because I've basically organised the room in there, the cupboard, a little bit more now, and like stuff I'm probably not going to paint. I'm just going to sell to stuff I want to paint soon, and I think they're about 3 or 4 from the top. So I will get there, I promise. It just takes me a long time. Rasmus, how are we doing, my friend? Hello. How are we? Did you get any of the magic skins? No, I did look at them, but because I'm not playing hugely, I haven't picked any of them up yet. I'm torn. I was torn between either the Mass Effect or the magic skins. They do look really cool, both sets of them. But yeah, I kind of taken a pause on anything. I was trying to get used to playing the game again first before I did anything. But yeah. It just kind of sucks, doesn't it? It's just like 13 years that game between Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 has been going. So it's just a little bit like, whoa. It's just not going to be there anymore is wild. But also, like, how many content creators literally made their careers off playing that for the last decade?
Daniel Yor. Daniel Yor.
Welcome on in, so fast. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I give you the biddies. Welcome on in. But yeah. It's weird. Yeah. It's very weird, the idea that Destiny 2 is just not going to be there anymore. It's weird and it's sad. But, like, it'll still be playable. They're not shutting the servers. It just won't have any more updates. Yeah. How big day one races were. Thousands of people watching, taking part. Yeah, just no more of it. And no announcement that there could be potentially a Destiny 3 either. And that's what's throwing me a little bit. It's just nothing. I'm like, meh. But, guess we wait and see. Wait and see what happens next, I guess. Hey, Sophis, good morning to you. How are you, my friend? Yeah. It just, like, it hit me harder than I thought it was going to be. If they were ever to do that announcement. Because I was like, oh, that's wild, actually. And seeing the reaction from the communities as well has been, like, really, kind of heartbreaking, really. Just so many people just, like, so many people sharing the moment they did something like, was it the, like, people like doing stuff like with their kids completing raids for the first time, friends and stuff like that, and it's like kind of, it's just always a bit like, oh yeah. So it's always a weird one. I'm not playing Destiny 2 anymore. Final Shape was the final for me, but it's still sad, but prefer for support to end than to be booked forever. I think what they should have done after Final Shape, they should have been a really good kind of like mop-up season, like mop-up year, where it just went, let's clip some like story points, let's wrap everything up. And then when they did the kind of Edge of Fate, that should have been Destiny 3. Because they completely changed everything. They changed the portal, they changed the directory, everything. They changed how armor works. For me, that should have been like, then you get a year of like, still like Destiny 1, you can log in and play Destiny 1 now. But still have a year, like, you know, a year of good story, and then go, right, we're now going to move on to Destiny 3. As we explore outside of the Soul system and things like that. I think that should have been it for me. Yeah, we chatted about Destiny 2, just it being, and its last live service update will be next month. Which is sad. And no announcement of D3 if it's going to be a thing or not. So, yeah. No, yeah, I think they should have done the end of the Light and Darkness saga of the Final Shape. A year of like mopping up story points. and then gone, right, we're announcing D3. To be, even if they announced at the final shape that D3 was in development and would be released in like 2 years time or something, people would have still played a lot of D2. Yeah, it's a strange one. There we go. Yeah, they should just do 1 more year of seasons, close the rest, and give the base. Yeah, that's it. Very much so. But it sounds like they're not even going to do anything with it, which is sad. Yeah. But I'm glad you're well, Surfist. I am sick. I've got a cold. In hot, scorching weather, I have got a cold. It's not been a good day. I'm like, but otherwise, we're doing okay. Ooh, yes, and the reminder as well for the Palooza, 2 weeks today. 2 weeks today will be when you to get your Palooza entries in. So you got plenty of time to get your stuff submitted. I'm excited to see what everybody does. The theme is, of course, cartoons and animations. Cartoons and animations. Paint of any mini you like, but based on something that has been an animated thing, which is going to be cool. Yeah. Hot season cold. I know. It's just like the... Anyone knows, why do your tanks have hair on them? Shave them or something? Ah, yes. Wait, do you not have fuzzy tanks? That's all the rage, right? This is the Ugg boot of tanks. It's just got these fuzzy areas on them. So I've got these Doritos Chili Heatwave nuts. They're actually really nice. And they're the perfect salty snack for this hot weather. Leopard skin tonks, let's go. Nom 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 nom. No, I've got Emperor's Children found. I've pimped out tanks with fur. Do it. Oh. But yeah, it's a weird thing with the I wonder what the play rates are for D2 right now. Did the Steam numbers skyrocket? Destiny 2 player count. After the announcement, did it go boom? No, not as much as you think. It did spike. When they announced it, they've had 6,000 plus more players on average playing it. Yeah. That's just Steam charts, of course. So, yes, the highest it's been since December. Yeah. It's sad, but yeah. But there's still going to be nothing stopping you from playing Destiny 2 or playing Destiny 1. There just won't be any more expansions. This is the worst possible time of the year to have my bathroom done. Usually I've been running myself a bath to help me cool down. Oh no! Back to the gym and just stand in the shower like, ah. I mean, some people left after Final Shape, after Marathon release, some moved to Marathon. Yeah, I think that's it. They're going to focus more on Marathon for now. I'm just kind of like... Yeah, it's just genuinely quite shocking. Like, just, not that I mean, you can't support everything forever, and especially if it's not viable from a business standpoint. You know, they did make a huge loss, Sony did, from after buying Bungie. But I feel like I don't think the franchise is dead. I just think they will go back to the drawing board and D3 will come out at some point. I just don't know when. So, but yeah, it was probably the one MMO I played the most outside of World of Warcraft. And it also had a gameplay that I don't think anything else has matched. There was something about the smoothness of how sometimes Destiny ran. It was so good. You can't replicate that in any other game system. I don't know what it was. There was just something about it. It just had this hook that I just thought was brilliant from a first-person shooter. But yeah, maybe I think I'll definitely jump back in, play through some more stories, have a bit more fun. You know, kind of just for it. I won't be able to get my Gambit anymore. My Gambit Dredgen gilded anymore. That's gutted. I'm intrigued to see what the big update is going to be. They've kind of released the patch notes of what's going to be updated. A lot of them is going to be updated, so I'm intrigued. Watching Hung and now having another game break to hide from the hot and return to productivity. You got this, Verity? You got this? Ooh. Right, should we do some peeling and see how the gold has dried? There we go. Woo! Cool. Okay, that's dried. So it's just the final layer now. Ooh. Do, 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 do. Marble coming together slowly. So now the gold's on. So just got to do the final layer, which is the final coating of the Ultharian Grey. Do, 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 do. There you go. I now have slightly less hairy tanks for you there, Rasmus. What we got? 35 minutes to the preview. What are we thinking? I'm like, it's got to be Middle Earth. It's got to be, right? Get that on there. Oops. Okie dokie. Let's take a picture so I can remember how this looks part of the way through. Squats! I did enjoy the fact that they answered that question during the Q&A. Which was like, are there any armies getting squatted? And they were in the term of like getting erased from the game history. And they were like, no, nothing's happening to that, which I thought was good. Is anybody thinking of starting a new army at 10th edition? What are we all 10th edition? Sorry, 11th edition, or expanding on an existing one? Yeah, once the preview is done, I'm going to retreat to my bedroom, which is the deep, darkest, coldest room of the flat. That's fair. That is fair. Orcs is for me. Ooh, are you getting the new start box? Ooh. So it needs to be a lot more stretched out because it's the final layer, so I want lumps. Ooh. As well as expanded by Gene Stealers. Ooh. And Dark Angels. Nice. And your Thousands of Votan. Yes, yes I am. Nice. You got a paint scheme in mind for your Orcs? That's a weird noise. I feel like I don't know if I'm going to start anything new. I just think I'm going to revisit my Custodes, I think, for 40k, just to see how they look when their Codex drops. And just repurpose my old Custodes as well as my Heresy Stun ones. I think it's probably what I'm going to look at. If they update Catchikin 11th, then absolutely. Ooh, that would be great if they did. I reckon if we were going to get anything, I would imagine we'd get a kill team first. But that would be good. Yeah, figured out an orc skin, mix of contrast just in time. Hell yes! I'm excited to see them surfaced. Ooh. For my Forge Fiend, I've ordered a bit of eBay from the Helldrake, so I can give it the Forge Fiend the avian look. Ooh. That's really cool. My orcs will be sponsored by Acme. I love it. Perfect for our May Painting Palooza theme, right? Cartoons and animation seems perfect. It's nice and stretched, I think. So the final layer, I want to give it some like larger gaps to get through. Okay, over to this side. As soon as I finish my Mecha May entry. Ooh! What do you do for Mecha May? I do enjoy the Mecha May event. I just never have any mechas to work on. Although I have got a couple of Gundams I could do. So I'll hopefully be getting that finished on Monday night. Well, hey. Get that on there. Let's pushing this into get this nice and stretched. Make sure this goes super stretched and tight. There we go. Should be. I think I need to stretch that one a little bit more. Run my fingers across it a little bit just to make some more gaps. Yeah, I think that'll do. I'm not tearing it, I'm just kind of making larger splots. And the other wrap. I can't believe how many wipes I've gone through to do this this one here, because it's taken a while. But we're getting through. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're getting through. It's the final colour now. I'm like, ooh, exciting. Snip, snip, snip. Snip, snip. Do, 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 do. Ooh. Oh, is that your Mecha May entry? I say my nosy. Ah, that looks awesome. Oh no, let's bring that up. That looks sick. Is that a War Machine tank or Golden Dragon tabletop games? Oh wait, it's a ooh. That is awesome, Sophist. Hell yes. With that new Valhallan character coming out with the Commissar Arcane, do you think there could be a hint that they might update the Valhallan Ice Warriors? Maybe? I mean, he's just... I'm not sure. I think because he's Caiaphas Kane's buddy, isn't he? We might see maybe... I think they've said that Steel Legion are going to be next, aren't they? And they announced that at the Adepticon preview. That Steel Legion will be next in about 2 years. So... maybe afterwards. Maybe they're working on them all kind of simultaneously. I can just picture it with my shoulder tackling someone and then go, that's my way. Excuse me. Oh. I've been learning how to use Turbo Dork paints. Nice. I do like the Turbo Dork stuff. Which one is that for that one? I do like Turbo Dork stuff. I've got a surprisingly large amount of it behind me, but I've not used loads of it. Oops. The Prism Power. Ooh. I do like the Prism Power one. I have that one on the shelf. Trying to stretch this as far as I can. How many are you? Just watching me struggling with just stretching a wipe. So the purpose of today's stream is just to watch me struggle. I feel like Spotify heard me talking about Bungie today, and it's just playing a load of Halo extra Halo music and Destiny tunes. What's that one? Ooh. Bright pink to catch the reached it blue. Chef's kiss. Nice. I do enjoy the Mecha May stuff. There have been some really nice stuff. It's always a bit of fun. It's one of the ones where I was like, if I have the time, I will do it. But I never seem to have the time around when it lands. I mean, it's May all the time, so I should know when it is, right? I mean, I've been staring at the minute. One of my it's not my local game store, but it's like a couple of towns over. There's a store at the minute that is having a like a fire sale on all of their some of their like other ranges, and one of the ones that they're excuse me. I didn't know that the on all of their Parabellum Games stuff, and I'm like, I do love the Parabellum Games sculpts, and they've got like some of the stuff is like 50% off, and I was looking at it like, oh, but I was like, I don't need any more minis. But they've got all their Euroni stuff, and I'm like, oh, my brain went Mecha May, Waters Workshop, Parabellum Games is where my brain went in that journey. I was like, oh, they're so nice. And as why we are affiliated with Parabellum Games. We have an affiliate link for Parabellum. If you do Exhibition Mark Conquest. And we have been for a long time. Because I just love their sculpts. They very generously sent us out some of their stuff for us to work on stream. So we did some of that a little while back. So it's always really nice. So, yes. Thank you so much for sharing. And it's, yeah. I feel like it's always a really nice. It's just they just got such nice stuff. I've got on my list of ones to work through at some point this year. Is I've got the big Spires Abomination, and I'm like, oh, I think we'll paint that up and have a bit of fun with that on stream at some point. Cause that could be really, really cool. Oh no! Pulled too far the other way. That'll do. Okay, I think we're ready for the final colour. Whew! Final colour being the Ulthuan Grey. Whew. My brain is melting right now. I'm like hanging in there. This cold is definitely melting my brain. Hopefully then this marble will be all finished up. All goes to plan. He says, nervously. And here we go. For next year's Mecha May, we don't have to wait till start to May. Wait, so it doesn't have to be, it can be at any point? Oh, that's cool. You just know that it's going to be in May, and that's when it has to be done by. Oh, that's cool. Yes, I never knew that until this year. No, I didn't either. I always thought it was you have to do it in May. Come on, Airbrush, why are you being difficult again? I've been fine for pretty much most of this. Why have you now started being difficult? Ooh. I'm having a throttle. I've got a weird blockage. Right now is not the great time to have it. This is so irritating. Why are you all of a sudden blocked? It's coming out a bit better. So it's always the last bit. It's like, no. Stop being funny with me right now. What on earth is going on here? I don't know what's going on. This was like nice and this was flowing through really well, and then all of a sudden it's just not flowing through. What's happened here? Like, no, it's so close to the finish line, and the airbrush now starts playing silly buggers. Ugh. Come on. Oh. Hey Buckies, how you doing? Enjoy your daily bean? Why are you stopping? I don't understand what's causing this blockage. What is going on here? Jokes on beans trying to eat them all at once, but no! How could the beans have betrayed you? Seems to be a bit better now. Why have you now blocked again? Oh, come on, Airbrush. You've done the entire of the 3 layers without a single blip. And all of a sudden now, it's like, yeah, I'm going to start playing up now. This is so annoying. I don't really know why this is doing it. And What's going on? Ugh. It's gonna speedily try and clean this. Let's find out what the blockage is being caused. What's going on? The whole end of the nib has just gone completely kaput. What is going on here? No! Right at the last minute. This is so irritating. Ugh. Splash myself a bit there. Oh, I'm nearly there. Bear with me. I'm just trying to get this sorted. Just trying to figure out why this is all of a sudden blocked. Oh. Like, why is it right at the last bit? Like, all the other layers it's done fine. This one it's like, nah, now I'm going to be difficult on the final layer. The one that's the most crucial to try and do in a smooth coat. Like, of course you would. You would do it right now. Of course you would, right? Ugh. So frustrating. Right. Let's try and strive very speedily, very naughtily, trying to just give this a clean. Find out what's going on here. And oh no, just knocked over a load of stuff. There is definitely a blockage at the end of this nib. Which I don't quite understand how that's come up. Oh no, now drop the nib. Ah! Ah! Drop, got it. Keep dropping it. I don't understand how this blockage has come through. And all the stuff I'm doing to de-blockage it isn't working. De-blockage, that's bad English, that is. So annoying. Sorry chat, bear with me, I will be back in a second. I was trying to sort this out. This is like right at the worst possible moment this is. Oops. Longer bristled brush. Maybe you'll do maybe. Ah! Bear with me. I got it out. I can't work out if I've got this out or not. I won't know till I try. Alright, no, I'm very off camera trying to sort stuff. This is blocked so badly. So basically the end of my airbrush nib is just completely blocked solid, but I cannot get whatever is blocking it out, which means this is going to be pretty useless to use. Oh, this is so annoying. Worst possible time for this to happen. Darn it. I've got to be so careful that I don't accidentally stretch the nib, the end of it. Oh, no. Come here, you. I'm so close to the preview as well. I'm like, no. I think that may have done it, though I'm slightly worried. I just stretched it a little. No, that still didn't do it. What is going on with this thing? Well, that's promising. That's more promising than it was before. Let's give that a whirl. Alright, let's try and put this back together. Oh, that would be done the whole stream. No issues with the airbrush. Completely fine. Everything's all hunky-dory. We get to like, we're on the home stretch now. Let's just quickly do this final layer. And it just goes, Mwah! No, 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 no. Only problems for you. And you're like, yeah. It's like, why would you do this to me? Why now? No. Sacre bleu. And when in doubt, hit it with a hammer. Those people in my last post like, hit it with a hammer. Just notice something. The data sheet for the Corn Berserkers has an icon of corn on it. Yeah, there are no rules for icons of corn. Are there not? Nothing in the FAQ for it. It's always the first place to check, I always find. Yeah, when in doubt, check the FAQ. There we go. Blimey. That's all I needed it to be. Why is that's so annoying? Oh, in the combat patrol. Oh, yeah, it might be for the yeah, it's probably not for the combat patrol because they tend to strip out some of the rules. Then, oops. Well, it's coming through almost too fast now. Okay, it's kind of one extreme to the other. This might not have been the right move. This will take a lot longer to try, I think, unfortunately, with what I've just blasted over there. I think that's just gone through very thin and not actually attached much paint. I think I've just ballsed it up at the last moment. No! I won't know till I can peel, but I think there is a problem here. I think that is just blasted out way too thin. Oh, that's so gutting if that's the case. That's just a whole like 4 hours of me being sick as hell trying to get this working. And right at the last minute, if that's gone, I don't know. It might be salvageable. I won't know. I think it just blasted out super thin. I really hope not. Gotta wait for that to dry, and then I think I'm gonna have to go back over some of those areas there with another blast of the paint. Ishki poiski. Might be alright, it might just be worrying, but I don't know. Let's try and problem is you don't want the paint too thin on this at all, because then you just have the issues with the absorption. I don't know. Just gonna have to wait and see. It's why this final layer is so important. So the fact that that just blasted out really badly has just got me very nervous that I've just knackered it all. Literally, the airbrush has not had a problem all stream, and then right at the end, despite after giving it a good deep clean, it just goes, yeah, you're just going to have a massive blockage now. And then just like, it's so irritating. It might be fine, I don't know. It's so irritating. I didn't even shortcut cleaning it or anything. It took it out, gave it a clean, put all the cleaner through it, thought everything was all good. You gods, why are you kissing me? Right, I know, that's kind of it. I'm just like, I'm already sick. I already don't feel great. And then just it goes, hey, guess what we're going to do? And I'm just like, no! Ugh. Yeah, the airbrush is proper. The thing that has me nervous now is the airbrush is now crazily pushing out everything, even when I've got it on a fine setting, which means I'm now worried I've bent the nib. No, I'm trying to clean it. Right. Well, I'll tell you what, as we've got a couple of minutes for the preview, I'm going to go wash my hands because that paint exploded all over me, and when we get back we'll watch the GW preview. Gives me an opportunity to get some more water in this very hot day. So yes, I'll be back in just a second to grab yourself a snacky and a drink ready for the 6 o'clock preview. We are back. We're now just in this awkward waiting phase now, where I won't be able to peel this off until after the preview. And we just gotta hope that this didn't balls up right at the last minute. So we just gotta wait now. But yes, we are back. We are back. I'm hoping it'll be okay. I think we just had a bit of bad luck there right at the end. So I was just like, no. So, which is just unfortunately sometimes the way it goes. But yeah, I don't know what more I could have done there. One of those things, you can't do anything about it. Just happens. It does mean though we are now very close to the preview, and I'm surprised I've made it this far to the preview. I'll be honest. I am feeling like death, but we've made it. Oh, I think we are probably going to see Middle Earth today. I would be very surprised if we don't see Middle Earth. I'm genuinely quite shocked. I'll be like, really? This is like the main thing we're waiting on? Is anybody thinking we're missing? Is there something obvious I might be missing that we haven't got? Oh, man. What are we thinking? I feel like it's Middle Earth's the main thing. I'd be very surprised if we didn't see squats. I mean, we might see squats. Who knows? If they turn around and go, here's more Leagues of Votan. Da da da. I predict seeing plastic. I mean, maybe. If it's just a Black Library week, that would be. It could happen. It could happen. Or just metal minis. Speaking of metal minis, is it tomorrow? Is your last chance to get hold of any the hell? Apparently the Warhammer community homepage is down. What? Yeah, the Warhammer page is down. If you try and go back to the homepage on Warhammer, it says not all those wander are lost. I have the preview though. I have the preview. So yeah, I do have the preview up. I found it an alternative way. But yeah, this is what I'm getting. This is just what we get right here. But I do have the preview. I do have it now. So, are we ready? It is a Sunday preview. Are we ready to see what is coming out up for pre-order next Saturday over on GW? Let's dive on in. We have Prepare to Enter the Hive. Interesting. This is the new book from Dan Abnett, I think. Is it his new book? So Prepare to Enter the Hive. Interesting. Okay. Let's just move this over here for the mobile people. So, it's a Sunday preview, the place where we reveal all things coming up for pre-order next week, but today, it's pretty quiet around here. In fact, there are no new goodies up for pre-order next week. It's almost like a calm before a storm, eh? In the meantime, break out your brushes and get painting. There's literally... Wow, I mean, the prediction was there. I predict there is some plastic. Nope, no plastic. It is the Hive book, the special edition. Ooh. Yeah, so next week we are passing one of selected group of Warhammer stores. You'll be able to get hold of a special edition of Dan Abnett's Hive. So this is the next story from Dan Abnett, which is a tale of intrigue, treachery, and rebellion, as it follows basically I think it's an Inquisitor, basically trying to figure out what's going on, where it feels like there's going to be a rebellion in this Hive world. So, the special edition will be available at the following Warhammer stores on the 30th of May. So it's only specific stores. Warhammer World, London, Tottenham Court Road, Belfast, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Dublin, Cardiff, Manchester, Geneva, Zurich, and Prague. I guess this is this their kind of response to a way to kind of deal with some scalping? Just to go, this is only going to be available in person at these stores. So, which could be interesting. What's the triple IVI? No plastic. How will I survive? You just get paint in your backlog. That's what you gotta do. Just get it sorted. This week on Warhammer Plus, there is a new Aeronautica Imperialis animation, which I'm quite excited for. We then have a Black Library book club sits down to read Ghazghkull Thraka, the Prophet of the War. Okay. And then in Brain Boys, which is the quiz show, which is basically a trivia all about Armageddon knowledge. Here on Warhammer Community, we'll be watching the first games of the new edition for Warhammer 40,000, and our Faction Focus series reaches its home stretch with the Gene Stealer cults tomorrow and Necrons at the end of the week. Ooh. That kind of pretty much confirms that next week will be the announcement for the launch box for Armageddon. For me, that pretty much means then it's announced next Sunday, which means it goes up for pre-order on the 6th. If it's a 2-week pre-order, it'll release on the 20th. If it's a 3-week, it'll release on the 27th. So yeah, that pretty much signs it in. Where is the Middle-earth stuff? Is my question here. Oh man, my depth perception is so bad today with this cold. Where is the Middle-earth stuff? Well, yet again, it was announced, but has been... nothing's happened with it. What is going on with Middle-earth at the moment? It's just kind of a shame, because it's like there's a lot of people, as soon as they release it, it will sell really well. People want the stuff, but there's something must have happened. So, yeah, hopefully it'll drop at some point. The Middle-earth is going to be all those random drops they do in the week. No, I feel like they won't do like a random it goes up for pre-order in the week. Everything always goes up for pre-order on a Saturday. Or on a Friday on occasion if it was some Forge World stuff or made to orders. I don't know. I'm a little bit thrown on the... because they've already announced the models. So I don't know why they haven't been... they've not gone up for pre-order. Might be something wrong with the molds. Could be something else entirely. I mean, these things have happened before. So, So, yeah, interesting. Saving Middle-earth for post-Armageddon? Maybe? I don't know. There's going to be a lot of... because Armageddon, you're going to have Armageddon. And then you're going to have, like, the rulebook separately. Then it'll be the combat patrols. Then it'll be the start sets. You're going to have, like, a month of releases for 40k. It would surprise me if they sprinkled in a bit of Middle-earth randomly. I mean, maybe not, actually. Yeah. Thanks, Luna. How are you doing? Back from tea, what did I miss? Absolutely nothing apart from this book. This is the only thing on pre-order. The Hive Special Edition, the new story from Dan Abnett, which will not be available online to order. It will be available from certain stores around the world. So this special edition is only available to pick up from certain stores in the UK. That is Warhammer World, London, Tottenham Court Road, Belfast, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Dublin, Cardiff, Manchester, Geneva, Zurich and Prague in the UK and Europe. North America, use the Store Finder, and Australia and New Zealand, Adelaide, Balconen, Brisbane, Chadstone, Chermonside, Joondalup, Karrinyup, Melbourne, Mount Gravats, Phillip, Perth, Penrith, Sydney, Wardale and Wellington. Okay. Interesting way. Maybe this is a new way they're slightly tackling online scalpers. Who knows? Announced are still on their third lunch. It does feel a bit odd about the Middle-earth stuff. There must be a rational reason, but I would be, you know, they are the only thing from the preview we are waiting on. From Adepticon? Yeah, the Adepticon preview. That's the only thing we're waiting on, I think. Yeah, I think it was the Adepticon preview. So, gonna say, I called it for when the level was dropping. It does make sense. I'm wondering as well if they're going to be doing one of their buy and build sessions at Warhammer World. So they do like a midnight release. So at midnight, everyone gets given the box, and then you can sit, and Warhammer World stays open until for like all overnight. You then build your box. Once it's built, you then play with the games. Play games with it, which is to learn the new edition. So, which would be very cool. It'd be very cool if they do that. Actually, to be fair, that's probably not a bad way to have a look at the if they are doing that. Where is the Warhammer World? Let's have a look at the Warhammer World calendar. Warhammer World events. Anything on... There's nothing on that weekend of the 20th. I realise that this isn't on the screen. So it could be, because there's nothing here after the 14th of June until the 4th of July. There's nothing in either of those 2 weekends. Which means it could be... Could you book... Oops, wrong way. Booking. Can you book anything for that date? Let's book a featured gaming table. Let's book this gaming table. With 2 guests. Is booked on those dates, 21st, 22nd, but is available the 28th, 29th. So is an open table available on the 20... That's May, sorry. June we're looking at. There's a wait list for the 9th Friday night, and it's a red dates on the Saturday, the 20th. What if you wanted an open table? An open table... Yeah, I just want a standard... Not fussed on what it is, just a 40k table. That'll do. Continue to booking. We've got 2 people. Red dates. I think that is it. I think that's the release date. I think that is it. I think that's the release date because there's the Saturday and the Sunday are redded out, which makes me think the Friday will be the midnight release for it. And then you can basically sit and build and play. Yeah, that's what I reckon is going to happen. Yeah, you said the 20th there. To be fair, yeah, that's about right. I thought it was a bit early, to be fair. But you picked out the date well. Interesting. So there we have it. I think that's pretty much confirmed. That'll be the final... That'll be the release date for the 11th edition. Interesting. Okie dokie, that's interesting. Huh. Yay, Super Weasel. I should have put money on it. Well, there's random booking websites where you can bet on random things. Yeah, not much on the preview again. This kind of happens when it gears up towards a big release. There's a few quiet weeks because they understand, obviously, like, people are saving their money. Also, like, it's not everything. They kind of covered almost everything they've announced. I think it's good. I think it's good that they do dial back these weeks on occasion. They just kind of take a bit of a breather. I think it's a good thing because, like, it's one of those, everyone's on a finite amount of money, right? So, yeah. I think also they have been making fat stacks. They've been making fat stacks on what? What, just the Kill Team box and things? I mean, they release stuff pretty much. I don't know any other gaming company that I can think of that releases something weekly. Not even Wizards of the Coast or Magic the Gathering releases something weekly. I mean, GW do a pretty good job of releasing stuff on a pretty aggressive schedule, I think. So, yeah, it's just a chilled out week is pretty much about right. It gives them time to do inventory in the warehouses. There's obviously dual purposes for this. I think it's about right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, GW do well in sales and profits. They always have done. Well, I say always have done. They've done really well over the last 10 years. Interesting, though. Yeah, nice chilled week, I guess. Not really much ticking along there. But yeah, cool. So, interesting that we're going to get Gene Stealer Cults tomorrow and Necrons on Friday. So I assume it's just going to be Aldari, Votan, and Admech sprinkled in there. The faction focuses. But anyone tempted by this Hive book? I suppose the big question there is anyone thinking they might pick up this book? Haven't seen how dry this is. I'm hoping it's okay. Ooh. They seem to control their earnings very tightly, so they continuously be improving. I mean, yeah, they run their business well. I guess is what I can really say to that. They run it well. They make good profit, and they reinvest in the business well. They reward their staff fairly well, which is good. Yeah, I don't know about the book. Maybe. Yeah, it's tricky, the fact that you can't order it online. This is just going to be a pick up when you can. But, So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm just trying to think now. If it involves touching grass, so no. Yeah, it means I have to leave the house. Nope. That's fair, that is fair. Aeronautica with Eldar makes me hopeful it might return to the 40k universe. I really hope so. I adore Aeronautica Imperialis. I mean, like... There you go, it's my Aeronautica stuff up there. So I really, really hope we get Aeronautica back in the 41st millennium. I love the scale, I love the game, I thought the gameplay was really, really well done. I bought all 3 boxes. It's great. I think it's a really, really fun game. I need to play it more. That's what I need to do. But yeah, I would love to see it come back. I think it used to have, an annual release with a couple of smattering of, like, Forge World releases in the middle. Maybe I think if they were to bring it back, I don't know how they would do it to get a bit more of a better release schedule. Hopefully something fun. We're about to pull the trigger, and we went online, and we're like, oh, where did it go? You might get lucky that some LGSs still have it. Because it was available for, like, 3 years, wasn't it? The 3-4 years the boxes were. But some LGSs might still have some in stock. You might get lucky if you do a bit of like research online, see if you can find anywhere with it. Plus, the rulebook is still available from... I think the rulebook for the Horus Heresy version of it is still available from Games Workshop. Yeah, you can still get the rulebook for the Horus Heresy variant. You can still get this one available on the GW website. This just but it basically just has all, instead of the where's my brain completely broken, instead of having anything from 40k, it is just the stuff for Horus Heresy, but it's still the Aeronautica Imperialis game system rather than Legions Imperialis, so it plays really well, and then yeah, which is a good one. So yes, maybe it would be a slight Debbie Downer. Is everything okay, Avian? Big stretch. I think Aeronautica would be revivable if a core community gets together and creates a living rulebook, aka like Blood Bowl did. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair one. I think the downside with it is they ran a lot of events. They did do quite a bit for Aeronautica. They ran events of Warhammer World for it, but they just weren't getting the turnout. But I think when I spoke to Aeronautica, because I dove straight into Aeronautica, I loved it. I loved the scale. I thought it was brilliant. I was hooked from the game one. But a lot of people I spoke to said they weren't going to buy anything for it until they release more factions. So, because obviously the first one was Orcs versus Navy, and then it was Tau versus Guard. No, it wasn't. It was it was Tau versus Imperial Navy again, which people were like, oh, we'd like to. Then they did Space Marines versus Eldar, and then they released some Necrons and Forge World, and they did some Legiones Custodes at Forge World. And every time they released something new, people just said, yeah, I'd play it if it's Tyranids. I was like, oh, but you said you'd play it if there's Eldar. There's Eldar now. And they'd be like, no, I'd only play it if it's Tyranids. Or they'd be like, oh, they've got Space Marines, but I'd only play it if there was Chaos. And I was like, I mean, you can make them traitors. There was very much a lot of, like... I felt it was a bit of a lot. They couldn't... No matter what GW released, they couldn't seem to do it right. But I also think on the flip side of it is, if there was a slightly better release schedule... for what they were announcing, I think that could have been better. Like, if they'd have gone, even if it was once a year or once every 9 months, they did a new release for it. Like, they just went, here's the new army. Here's a new thing for it. It didn't need to be often. It needed to be very niche amount because it was a very small game system. But the accessories they did for it were great. All of the data cards, the maps were good. All of like the little bits of like sentry guns and terrains you could put onto the board were really good. It was genuinely a very well done game. Just sadly just not enough. It's not enough of it, I think. I think with the smaller games like that, there's obviously such a smaller team, such a smaller set of allocation of production. They had to be very selectful about who they picked and choose for, like you know, the ships and things. So I felt for them. I felt like they couldn't quite do anything right, but for me, everything was right about it. I loved it. There's not a faction I don't have apart from some Necrons. I don't have the Necrons, which I was gutted about. I always thought they would be available, so I never picked them up. But yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll get my Aeronautica stuff painted up, and I'll that could be a fun YouTube video. Playing a game of Aeronautica Imperialis. That could be really fun. I'll write that down. Write that down in my brain. Yeah, I turned my Dakka jets into Stormboy's jetpacks. Ooh, love that. Love that. Yeah, I feel like 40k was the right universe for it. Just two start sets back to back with Imperial Navy, I think, was where it went wrong. I feel like it could have been Navy Orcs, like Marines, Eldar, Tau, and Chaos or something. I feel like they could have happily done something different. It would have been good. Yeah. Like Tyranids would be great to see. Yeah. Yeah. And it's a good game. It's a really good game. It's a really good game system. So, right. Anyway, shall we attempt the peel? I'm really nervous we messed this up right at the last minute with the airbrush. Should we do the final peel and hope this works okay? Pray for us, chat. Can we get some hype in the chat and hope this hypes well? Let's get some peeling. Okay. I'll do it gently on this one first, because I'll know if it's too wet or if it's dry. Okay, I think we're okay. So, okay, that one seems okay first. Okay. It's the main tank one I'm really nervous about. Okay, cool, looking good. Looking okay. Okay, that one seems okay. Let's get all this, let's get all the blue tack off it. I thought it was Grunts versus Navy because Orcs versus Death Corp. It was, what was it? I can't remember. It was two like Astra Militarum ones, but I think one was technically Imperial Navy and the other one was like something else. I think they ended up rolling them later on both into just Imperial Navy ships. Let's get rid of all this blue tack up here. I'll have to check the rulebook. I have all the rulebooks. I do want to play it like more. Same with Legions Imperialis generally. I might have been wrong because I think it was like, oh, you think you killed? Ah, there we go. I was like a fairly. I know it was two Imperial ones. Technically 3 in a row because they did Space Marines, but the Space Marine ships were some of my favourites. They were stunning. The Xiphon Interceptors, I think, are probably one of the best epic scale minis I've seen them release. I'm hoping we'll get epic scale Primarchs or Custodes at some point. Okay. Best way to remove blue tack? More blue tack. Okay, cool. Okay. So that one's come out okay. I think we're alright on that. So next. Whew. Okay, the ones I'm most nervous about now. Actual ones on the main ship. Oh, that's gone a bit patchy. Oh no, yeah, that one is a bit patchy. The problem is you want it super smooth, so I'm gonna have to try and find a way to smooth that out. So that one's not gone quite right. It's gonna peel off all the blue tack anyway, just because I've got a fresh look then at one point. Okay. Yeah, that one's a little on the patchy side. Because it was so wet when it blasted out the airbrush on that last one. What has annoyingly happened is it means it's got a bit too wet, and then the wipe is then stuck. So I need to try and figure out a way to deal with that. But that's for me to deal with in the future. Okay, these ones now. This one's got a bit of a damp patch again on it. But I think that one might be saved. Ooh, I think we're okay on this one. Ooh, okay. Marble! We're getting marbly done. Okay. Slight panic's not as bad, but it's the other one. That's the one that could be the worst. That got worse blasted by it. Let's take all this blue tack off. Get that off there. Wah. Do. Just picking out any other bits where there's still some rogue blue tack here. Come on, you. There we go. A bit more. And okay, next peel. Da, da, da. See how we do on this one. Oh, there's not a lot of white on this. This is the one I was slightly nervous about. Yeah, there's not a lot of white has gone through on that side. Apart from that one big patch. Okay. I don't think it's unsalvageable, but I definitely think they do look very distinctly different in terms of the white. But then again, marble's a naturally occurring element. I might be able to play it off that way. It's going to wait until we get the final, when it's like fully dry, I've got cleaned up and I can have a look at it. Might just be a bit pecky. But I think it's okay. It seems to be okay. It's not... So far, touch wood, it's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. So, you know, I still got to have a varnish over this and a gloss and stuff. So, that's all the one. Right, final one. Yeah, that's where it first blasted and went really wrong. So you can see that's a really rough, zooming on that really rough texture there. Now I might be able to figure that out somehow. But, well, yeah, I'll figure out how to deal with that. Might just be a few layers of very gentle varnishing. I could maybe buff it with a very fine emery board. Maybe. I don't want to take off any of the paint, that's the problem. But we see how we do. But you know what? It's not ended up as bad as I thought. I thought it was going to be completely terrible. I thought it was all going to end up like that. So I'll take that. Maybe a light sand after a very dry. That's not maybe, yeah, possibly. I think it will be interesting if I put the gloss over it. Will the gloss like kind of cover any of that off texture? Especially if I use like the Mod Podge gloss that I've used before for the bases. Come here, you bit of blue tack. Whew. Yeah. It's one bit of blue tack's like, no, I live in this gap. And oh, could battle damage it, I suppose. That could be an interesting way to do it. Yeah, I haven't got any damage on any of the models, but it could be interesting if I added some in. There we go. I'm still going to get this on Dreadnought shoulder pads at some point, which is going to be cool. Okay, I think that's all the blue tack off, though. There we go. Marble effects. It does need to put the gloss on it. And then I think we have achieved much marble. A few areas, obviously, it didn't go quite right. But then what we'll do is once the gloss and the varnish are settled on it, we'll cover it up. And I'll probably use this stuff here. The AK stuff here. And then I'll cover it up with that, and then we'll do all the gold on it. Will be the next plan, which we'll probably do on Wednesday's stream. But yeah, and this is the part of the stream where we would do the showcase. But if I'm gonna level with you, chat, I think I need to go lie down after battling through today. I feel like I have hit a struggle boss wall that I don't know if I'm going to get through while chatting about all your minis. And I don't want to do a half-assed job of chatting about your minis and how awesome your minis look. So, we will halt the showcase this week. And we will do it when we are next back. Or I might try and get through it on Wednesday. But I feel like I could hear myself getting more and more congested. Healthy lose the best. That's it. I've got to try and be healthy. But, so, I think at this point, we will raid off and spread some love. Just as a reminder as well, there is 2 weeks. Today is the Painting Palooza showcase. So you've got 2 weeks today. We are live next week. Although the schedule's going to be very different because there will be no Friday and Sunday streams because we are at UK Games Expo. I might try and go live while I'm there, but that's all to be determined if I can figure out and if the signal's good enough. But that might be the case there. But we shall go off and raid and spread some love. Where shall we go? Can I return a raid or say hello to somebody who has... Ooh, that could be somebody we can go and say hello to. That one. Or we got... So I'm looking at who I could return a raid to. And go and be a cozy return. I do need to go and be cozy. Where are we at? Oh, man. I'm like staring at the screen. I'll be honest. I'm like... My eyes are so blurry right now. I'm like, what? Let's go and see. Tell you what, should we go raid and say hello to somebody who has just gone live? So you guys are going to be in for a treat. They are working and painting up the Red Terror, which I feel is a phenomenal model to go and see what they're getting up to. So let's go and say hello to the wonderfully talented and awesome Katie Plays 40k. We're going to go see them, say hello to them, and raid on over. But folks, thank you so much for everyone who's put up with my sniffling, insufferable self today. Sniffling down the microphone, coughing down the microphone, and being generally a bit all over the shop. But thank you all so much. So we are going to head on over and say hello to Katie. Does she like nids? Oh, yes. I feel like probably the most needy streamer there is, maybe, on the platform. Studio Mr. Eldar is what Katie is for nids. I feel that's the best way to describe that. But, folks, thank you all so much for being here, and I really appreciate you putting up with me today, because I'm very like... But yeah, we will be back next week. I'll put the schedule up tomorrow or Tuesday, just so you know when we're back. But for now, please remember, as always, please remember to stay safe, stay positive, and above all, be an ambassador for your hobby. We will catch you next week, folks. Please make sure you stay hydrated in this hot weather, and we will see you later on. But for now, ta-ta for now, and bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye! Thank you, everyone, for saying get well soon. Thank you. You're all awesome. Oh, lovely cough I get. Good night, everyone.